going to tab over to this screen. I'm going to turn some music on, and we're going to get to it, shall we? Our heroes, the KnightLites, have had many an adventure and ultimately saved the town, the city of Waterdeep, by finding the Vault of Dragons, rousting several problematic forces. And where is my... Here we go. And claiming a little inn for their own, the Good Knight's Rest. Now, since then, we have another campaign coming down the pipe, Sic Semper Draconis. But we need to bridge the gap between the two, and that enters the Tales of the KnightLites, a series of short stories by tabletop standards at least, designed to bridge that gap. We've had our first one, Wolfsbane, dealing with the apparent infection of lycanthropy from the twins, but especially Salcom. And we're working on Falling into Shadow, where Braden Coy is learning how to be a warlock and following up on a mission from his patron, the Raven Queen, Goddess of Memories, and all things true death about someone who is circumventing that somewhere in the city. All of that is secondary, currently, to Rockham's substory, where he's learning to be a blood hunter from one Derek Wolfborn, aka Gideon Wolfbrother, who was a member of Tristan's old adventuring party, and since then has been training Rockham to take up the mantle, so to speak. Largely because Rangers need a boost, and I wasn't happy with Rockham's current power level. All of that aside, Rockham is following up on some rumors about strange draconic entities being found in the Golden Fields and the various farmlands around Waterdeep, as well as up and down the Sword Coast. But Rainier and Neverember, a friend to the party, returned to the Good Knight's Rest very recently and said that he had an encounter with such a creature, and Rockham went out to try to find it. In so doing, he found tracks, signs of a struggle, signs of a first aid situation. Someone was mending wounds. Looked like an orc, like in terms of like the refuse, like the blood was very, very dark, and the bandages seemed to be similar in make to an orcish, but it was near a farmhouse in the Golden Fields. And right where we ended last episode was Rockham casting Speak with Animals to listen to the farm animals, who were just repeating the word death over and over again, and opening the farmhouse, where as soon as he opened the door, there was a lifelike statue of a farm dog in the protect my domain pose that the light on the door fell upon. There was no sound from the farmhouse, and we were going to pick it up right where we left off, Rockham, with you pushing open the door to the farmhouse, having to stoop your head a little bit to get inside, and you see this dog statue. Now, remind me, do you have dark vision?
I don't think I do.
Okay. It is late morning outside, but there is no fire. The windows are drawn up for the night still. It is quite dark in here. So do keep that in mind. But the floor is yours. It seems to be a one-story farmhouse. You can make out... You've played Witcher, right? I'm pretty sure you played Witcher. Like, you know those, like, one-story, like, half-wall split, like, three-room buildings that are all over the fields of Temeria? You know, it's basically something like that. It's like wood and straw and mud brick construction. It's got a little kitchen area, it's got a little living area, it's got a little bedroom, but, like, it's all, like, one big, I say big, one, you know, farmhouse, right?
Yeah, I getcha.
And I say there's no fire. I should specify there are glowing coals in the fireplace from last night, but it has not been refed. There's no cook fire going, and it's in the hearth. It's not in the kitchen. So,
gotcha.
What would you like to do?
And when I entered and saw that, listening, did I hear, was that like creaking wood or something? Any sounds of steps or anything?
No, yours.
Yeah.
Yours
Okay.
and probably like the scrambling of the chickens in the yard and like shuffling from the barn, but in here, no, just like the sound of the waves distantly, because you did approach the coast, if you recall.
Yeah.
The sound of the waves distantly, and like the house settling, but not movement. And yours is the only breath that you can hear as well.
I didn't know there were trains out here.
Yeah, sorry.
I was debating a torch, but I'll wait for now.
Okay.
So have it ready just in case, and then just less stealthily, more so
You can't
carefully.
light a
start with the
torch quickly. Keep that in mind. With flint and steel, like it takes
Yeah.
you a bit. Like it's not like ta-da, light a torch, unless you have a spell.
No, I'm just like if I find something interesting that I want to like read or something, I'll light it. But
I mean, you could also just open a window.
yeah, you know what? Let's just open the windows as I go.
Okay.
If
Fair.
there was like any kind of like coals or something, you could probably make it easier using that.
Certainly. But then
Yeah,
you
I'll
have to
just
handle a
open
hot
the
coal.
windows as I go.
Okay. So you open the windows, like you step into the main like room. There's
Yeah.
the little kitchenette with the little half walls to your right, and then to your left there is a full wall with a closed door. There are 3 windows that you have access to, 1 in the kitchen, 2 in the main room. You open those up, filling the house with relatively comfortable looking light, but again, it's still natural light coming in through windows, and that's the only light in the area because, you know, Middle Ages.
Yeah.
But you notice a couple of things. You notice the door to the bedroom, what you can assume to be the bedroom, that door in the full wall that I mentioned, is ajar. It's not fully open, but it's cracked, and you notice that there is like a rocking chair near the fire, and in that rocking chair there is like reading material that's been like set there, like somebody put it down and went into the bedroom.
Okay. Then yeah, I'll just do another glance around the room I'm in, and then head toward the bedroom.
Make a perception check. You have disadvantage because of the dim light, but let's see if you notice anything.
Okay. Sorry, I was checking. I think. Okay.
You're fine. If you have advantage on perception from another source, this will be a normal roll. It doesn't matter. You got a 25 with disadvantage. Okay. That bodes well for you if your rolls are going to be like that tonight. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff that's off. Farmhouses. You grew up in a lumber mill, but around farmers, like you know that like this house is never going to be quiet. Like usually there's going to be somebody cleaning. There's going to be like people. Like usually the menfolk will be in the field and the womenfolk will be like in the house. That's not necessarily true, but it is, you know, typical. Largely because, you know, there are monsters out, and you know, if the woman is particularly stout, you know, she'll be out in the field fighting. But generally speaking, fighting is reserved for the men. Not because they're better at it, but because it costs more if a woman dies, right? Like, but like there would be like farmhands. There would be like. This is a relatively sizable piece of land, so there would probably be like at least 3 workers plus the ostensibly married couple that's like overseeing everything, right?
Yeah.
Somebody would be
So
like cleaning the
half
kitchen,
dozen people.
and I bring all of this up to say that the kitchen, like, and you notice this, still has the dishes from dinner.
Huh.
Like they haven't like cleaned up in the morning and made breakfast. Like there's, but also nothing seems to be stolen. There might have been like, I don't know, a pie or a loaf of bread or something like out on the counter that you wouldn't be able to tell was gone. But like you see like the herbs above the stove, you see the like various pots and pans, which are not particularly valuable, but they are useful.
Yeah.
The larder is closed. Like,
Huh.
it's weird, and there's like it's not fair to say there's a layer of dust on everything because this place is lived in, but there is that sense of like nobody's been here in several hours, and this is a farmhouse. This is weird. Like, oh, also by the door, the like work boots are still there.
Okay. So, whoever lived here hasn't been here since at least dinner time.
Basically,
Okay.
the only sign that anything is amiss is the fact that it's quiet and the fact that the dog, the statue of the dog, which, granted,
Yeah.
if you didn't have Speak with Animals prepared, it could be a security measure. Like, maybe these people can't afford a dog, so they put the statue there to, like, freak people out when they open the door. But you can't speak with animals, and you heard what the chickens and stuff were saying.
Yeah.
So, like, something is amiss.
And I believe that lasts for a few minutes in case anything changes. But...
Oh, I. That's for like 10
For
minutes.
for the audience, how realistic is the statue?
True.
I hate what I'm about to say. It looks like Fry's dog.
Yeah. To be fair, that's where my mind went last week.
That. Okay, I get what you're saying is supposed to be like a relevant example that doesn't speak anything to me.
Okay. Okay, so for those of you who did get it, it's bigger than Fry's dog. It's like it's a work dog, but yeah, it looks like a petrified, like, realistic dog statue. Like, it got pretty heavy detail. It doesn't have individual hairs, but it's clothes. It's like hackles up, tail up, like front limbs splayed out, head bowed, like you're not coming any closer posture.
Yeah. Almost as if it was frozen in time, as it were.
Exactly. And like, it probably matters much less to Rockham because you have a fucking dire wolf, but like, this is a big dog. Like, this is a work dog. He's a boofer.
Your boofer.
Boofer. I love it. I think I'll go check the bedroom next.
Okay, so you walk over to the door, like, put your hand on it, you go to push it open. It doesn't, like, you hit something. Like, clatters immediately.
Like heavy clatter, or
yeah. Like, it hits the door. Like, I'm assuming you're not going to put your Goliath weight on the door immediately.
No, just like I put my hand on the door and push,
exactly,
barely.
yeah, and you push, and it goes like a quarter of an inch and then hit something solid.
Can I peek through like the gap in the door and see if I see anything?
It's dark.
I'm not gonna go like full strength, but I'll push just a little bit harder.
Make an athletic check.
Can do.
Actually, make an athletic check with advantage. Like, you're not gonna have trouble budging those. Yeah. Okay. So there. This is relevant, and I'm sorry. Describe how you open the door and be as precise as you can.
Is there like a doorknob, a handle, or is it just...
It's a handle.
Okay.
It's a handle with like a thumb catch.
Yeah. So he has like the handle on the thumb catch in one hand, and his forearm against the door, and he's just slightly putting his weight into it as it opens.
Like, so you're putting it on your, and like your arm is basically at your midriff, and you're like pushing from the waist. Okay. Yeah. That's about the best way you could have done that. There is a tremendous, like, sliding sound. Not like if you slide a chair across tile. It's not like a squeak, but there's this tremendous, like, grinding sound. And as you push the door open, you see this big, like, track of sawdust that you pushed something away with.
Oh, I think I know where this is going, and I don't like it.
Okay.
Okay, so is there enough of a gap for me to walk in?
Oh yeah, you pushed the door all the way open, or as much as you wanted to. Like, yeah.
Yeah, I'm just gonna, like, my arm and my head just peek around from inside, like, into the room.
So you peek around, and as if grabbing the handle of the door on their side, there's a statue of a man. He's an older man, not old, but like he's been working the field a while. He's wearing, the statue is wearing like a nightgown. He's got one hand on the door, and his other hand he's got a carved crossbow pointed at the ceiling. And he was like, you pushed him back when you pushed the door open.
Is the crossbow made of stone as well?
Yes.
Interesting. Okay. I should say horrifying, not interesting, but you get the idea.
Valid.
I think he's gonna like just take a moment realizing that, and then kind of make his way fully into the room.
Okay. You step into the room. There doesn't appear to be anything else in here. I mean, there's stuff. I mean, there's no other statues in this room. There's a bed that's designed for multiple people. It's like a queen size bed. It's got like 3 or 4 pillows on it. It's got blankets on it. Both sides of the bed have been thrown aside, like thrown towards the middle.
Okay.
There's like a chest of drawers. If you're in the doorway, immediately to your left, there's a window against that wall near the bed. And then the other side of the room, the right side of the room behind the door, there's a small, like, privy with a screen.
Okay.
Probably has a tub back there.
Yeah. This
place is comfortable, but by no means lavish.
You said the beds look like they'd been moved recently?
Sorry?
Do the beds look like they've been moved? Is there like a mark on the floor where they used to be?
No. The beds have not been... The bed, singular, has not been moved. The blankets on the bed, like you know how you like throw the blankets towards the middle when you get up?
Mm-hmm.
Both sides have done that.
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
And is there, on the other side of the bed, is there a gap between it and the wall?
Towards the window, yes.
I'm gonna look over there, see what I see.
Make a perception check.
And provided nothing rips my face off, I'm gonna get that window open as well.
Okay. So you don't see anything around the bed, but when you push the window open, you see a scrap of cloth pinned under the window.
What is it pinned by?
Like the window.
Oh, okay. Like it closed and caught whatever that cloth
Correct.
is? As I open, I'm gonna take that cloth.
Yeah, it appears to be like a light, like linen thread.
Okay. We'll probably wait until I'm done here, but I might see if Caro can track that.
And with that roll, what I was about to say was you see footprints leading away from the window.
Okay. So I'm typing as we go.
Yep.
Okay. This is... But depending what happens, this is going to be a little bit gross. I'm going to go back over to the man statue.
Yep.
And I'm just going to... What do I have? Yeah, just like the short sword, like the hilt of it. I'm just going to break a finger and see what happens.
Why?
I want to see if it's stone all the way through, if there's a person under there. Like, just want to see if it's... Yeah. Because if I do that and then there's a finger under there, maybe a healer can do something for these people.
Man, can I make a suggestion?
Okay.
Giving nothing away as to what this is, but simply following your line of logic.
Mm-hmm.
Try to chip off some of his hair, dog.
TJ. Yeah, go for the hair.
Damn!
Oh,
I don't know.
I just kind of like froze. Like in my mind, I kind of get what's going on here, and I was like, "What?"
Yeah, but at the same time, like maybe something a little less permanent.
Yeah, exactly my thought. Like go for like an eyebrow or something. Like, damn.
Yeah, we'll try like some hair on his head or something.
With what?
Like I'm just gonna use the hilt of my short sword and see if it breaks off.
Okay.
I don't have like a hammer or anything.
Make an athletic check.
Oh god, I really hope he doesn't just smash this guy's head.
We'll find out.
Yeah, okay. You
Okay.
pop. The man doesn't have a lot of hair, but you pop what
Yeah.
you think is some of his hair off. It just stone underneath.
Okay, worth a shot. Was there another room, or was this the last room? I believe there was.
There was not another room. There was a privy with a screen, but it's still part of this room.
Yeah, I'll like peek behind the screen in case there's a person in there.
There is not a person in there, but there is water in the tub.
Okay.
It's cold,
Yeah.
and it's got
Been there a
like
while.
mud in it, but there's water.
Trying to think if there's anything else I want to check before I leave the house. I heard someone whisper something. I don't know what it was. I think just as I'm leaving, I'll just do a once over the whole place as I'm leaving, just in case I missed anything.
Okay, make a perception check. Or investigation, I guess.
Yeah. All right.
No, I don't think you noticed anything else that you may have missed.
Yeah, I'm gonna head outside and bam Caro.
Okay, so you step outside and you call for Caro. You summon your spectral dire wolf to your side. The chickens immediately scatter.
Yeah.
It just giant apex predator appears out of nowhere. Those chickens are fucking gone. Those chickens are like, fuck this. Those chickens are like flying as best they can. Like they're just, nope.
And to avoid chickens screaming in my ear, I'm gonna like drop speak of the animals.
That's
At that.
probably a good call.
Well, but now you can't ask Kara what she thinks.
We have other ways of communicating.
Fair.
I can always cast it again if I need to.
Okay, so
Yeah.
the giant spectral direwolf has arrived.
So yeah,
Like-
I'm take out that.
It like regards you for a second, and then you see it just like not turn its attention away from you, but just like lift its head slightly and sniff, and then it looks
Mhm.
back at you, and you immediately know this is like, wait, where are the others? Like,
We're
where
on a bit
like
of-
where are we basically?
Pat the head. We're on a bit of a field trip. Pull out that piece of cloth.
Okay,
You smell where this is going?
sniff at it, looks around. Make a survival check for Caro with advantage because of scent.
Let me pull the trail sheet.
Yeah. Just to clarify, like, this is a dire wolf. This thing is huge. Like
Mm-hmm.
you are a large man, and this thing dwarfs you considerably. Like,
It's about 10 feet tall.
yes, at the shoulder.
yeah.
At the
It doesn't
shoulder,
have
probably another
survival.
2 to 3 feet if it raises its head.
What I roll wisdom instead? It doesn't have like a survival.
Survival. If it doesn't have it, then wisdom. But it should have survival. Direwolf should have proficiency in survival because they track by scent.
Skills, perception +3, stealth +4,
Huh.
and then they have advantage on wisdom perception checks that rely on hearing and smell.
Oh, is it wisdom percent? Oh, then you don't have advantage on this. It's just that's weird.
a
To
bit
hell
weird.
to hell with that. You have advantage on survival checks as well.
Alright, I'm gonna make a note and then I'll roll it. I'll make a note in my notes and I'll do it later.
Yeah. So just roll wisdom. What's your proficiency bonus currently? 3?
Yeah.
So it's Carol's wisdom +3 with advantage.
Okay. So whatever this is, +3.
So 17. Okay. So yeah, so Carol like sniffs it, looks around, and starts like walking towards the window. Like the window that you opened previously.
I'll follow behind him.
Like sniffs it, nose to the ground, and starts walking around the farmhouse. and you see the footprints that Kara was following, like, walks around the house and starts walking towards the barn.
Yeah.
Caro gets about... Well, okay. Fair is fair. Let me see what direction the wind is blowing.
If it helps, this might not matter.
Go ahead.
I'll say as soon as I see, looks toward barn house, starts walking. Why don't you stay here, bud? I'll handle this.
Well, what I was gonna say was Caro gets, like, within the general, like, angle of the barn door.
Mm-hmm.
And, yeah, unfortunately the wind is at your back. Because of this angle.
Gotcha.
And, yeah, you hear the telltale sound of a panicked horse.
Oh, great. Thanks, bud. We'll hang out in a bit, and then I'll bamf him away.
Okay, you Pokeball your spirit pupper.
Yeah.
You head inside. The barn doors are open.
I'm gonna head in very carefully so I don't get kicked in the face.
Yeah, so there's 4 stables in here. 1 horse, 3 cows.
Okay.
The horse is nearest the door on the left side. It is backed up as far into its, like, stable as it can go. The cows do not give a shit. You're distracted by all of this because in the middle of the doorway, like maybe about as far in as the dog was, there's 3 more statues.
Oh.
Each one appears to be a young man, in like various stages of dress. Like the guy in the front is shirtless. One of the guys in the back is like missing his boots, etc. And they each have like farm equipment, and they're standing like shoulder to shoulder, facing you.
Gotcha. Probably making a stand, as it were.
Apparently. Certainly looks like that.
Yeah. I think he just kind of has a moment where he's like, shit, like, a lot of people got fucked up by this.
Mm-hmm.
And the cows and the horse, besides being freaked out, look fine?
I mean, no.
I don't know.
Like, the horse is freaking the hell out. The horse probably has not had a quiet night. If the question is, are they actively bleeding or otherwise appear to be injured? No.
Okay.
But doing alright is not how I would describe these animals, no.
I'm probably gonna regret this. I'm gonna try and head over to the horse and see if I can get it to calm down.
Okay, so the horse is facing, like, out. It's facing you.
Mm-hmm.
It's backed up as far as it'll go in its stable. And you notice it's still got its, like, yoke on.
Huh. Like it was not, like, undressed after working?
Correct. Got that big collar with the cables on it.
Yeah.
Still on. He's got, like, he doesn't have the sleep blanket on. He's got, like, the blanket used to hold the work saddle on. Still.
Okay. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, just, approach slowly, let it see, like, my movements, and try and just very calm voice. It's okay, bud. And just try and get it to calm down.
Make an animal handling check.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna roll against that because he's scared. He's a scared boy.
Been a rough night.
I'm gonna set the DC at 4. No.
Yeah.
So he's you like walk up to the front of the corral. It has like a little gate on it. You're like, easy buddy, and he like backs up, and his like you. This is how you know this horse is panicked. His butt hits the back of a stable, and he just immediately mule kicks it, just right through the door. Like the whole stable shakes.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna leave him alone.
Okay.
I don't want to get kicked.
Okay.
Do these? When I look back at the statues, they have anything on them that besides like what they were holding?
That is not stone. No.
Okay. Yeah, I think I'll just go around to every other stable, check what I see.
There's
Look for anything
3
abnormal.
cows in the other 3 stables.
Yeah.
One of them is also wearing a yoke.
Gotcha. The cloth I had Caro track. Excuse me. Does it match the clothing of any of these? Well, they're stone, I guess. That would be hard to tell.
These bros are stone. But also you're carrying like what is effectively like night clothes, and these dudes are in work clothes.
Okay.
They're like, again, various stages of undress, but they're in work clothes.
Thinking, sorry. Looking around, does it look like there's anywhere a person could hide in here?
Yes, there's several like piles of hay and animal feed. There's a loft. There's a lot of like stored produce in here, as well as like extra farm tools and all kinds of stuff.
Okay.
The loft is probably your best bet.
Yeah, he's gonna pretty much make himself known. Like, I'm not. If you're in here, I'm not here to hurt you. Looking for survivors, and start looking around.
Yep.
Poking and prodding and all that.
On what level?
I don't know what you mean by level.
Well, there's 3 levels to this building. There's the floor that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
There's a trap door that is open with a wooden ladder leading down into ostensibly a cellar, and then there's a loft.
Let's start on this floor and then I'll go to the cellar.
Make an investigation check.
Investigation. That's a thing. Where is it? There it is.
It's dark in here. It's even darker in here than in the farmhouse. And like it smells like animals. You can't really get a scent. It's like the floor is loose. It's like straw and like bedding and stuff. So like there's no tracks. Like you find farm stuff. That's about it.
Yeah, I'll head down to the cellar.
Okay. Do you face the wooden stairs or do you go down facing out?
I guess what would be the normal way of going
Normal
down?
way would be to face the stairs. That's why I'm asking, because it's almost a ladder.
Probably, it's going down, right?
Correct.
Get on all fours and kind of peek down first, and then climb down.
Okay. You peek down and you see a dark shape at the base of the stairs.
Is it moving, if I can tell?
It is not.
Big deep breath. I'm gonna head down.
Okay. You can't actually get all the way down, and I still need an answer to that question.
Yeah, I'd be heading down like my front facing ladder.
Okay. Yeah, your foot hits something solid, like just 1 or 2 steps down because you're so big. There's something blocking the thing that you saw was like blocking the ladder. It is pitch black down here.
Yeah, I can't see shit down here.
No.
I'm gonna head up and get a torch lit.
You head up, light your torch, you hold it over the edge of the hole, and yeah, there's a statue of a person like holding the base of the ladder and looking up. It appears to be an older woman.
Okay. That's 4 people now? Just
5.
in here alone?
5,
total.
6 counting the wolf. Or the dog, sorry.
Yeah.
5 people and 1 dog.
Yeah, I think he kind of notices that. There's a sigh of just, not disappointment, just, damn, that's another person. Alright.
Nope.
If anyone's down there, this is your chance to, well, get out, I guess. Wait a moment here, see if I hear anything.
No response.
Yeah, I'll head up to the upper floor.
Okay. You head up to the upper floor. There's like piles of hay and bales of hay, and like some like half-filled crates of various produce. There's a hopper up here. This is like probably where they like loaded a lot of the stuff for market and stored it.
Yeah, just same thing as before. Torch in one hand, just looking around.
Make an investigation check. Okay, better. The torch certainly helps, but nothing seems out of place. In fact, nothing here, aside from the statues and the passage of time and the terrified animals, indicate that anything is amiss. Like, nothing is taken, nothing is ransacked. Up here, it just looks like the workers finished for today, and we're like getting ready to turn everything down, and then left.
Okay.
It doesn't seem bothered.
Starting to wonder if any other farms got affected besides this one.
Okay.
But for now, I'll head back to the main floor, so we're...
Okay. Head back down to the main floor with the three statues of the dudes.
Yeah. Kinda, as I'm walking past them to leave. Wish there was more I could do for you guys. Just head out and...
Okay.
I'm gonna, like, close it back to where it was, if it was closed at all.
It wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah, well, that actually is something amiss. The door to the farmhouse were completely open.
Yeah. That was a bit of a red flag.
A little bit.
I don't recall there being any other buildings here.
There was not. There's a well, but that's it.
Just for shits and giggles, I'll look down the well.
There's water in the bottom of the well.
Yeah. Put out the torch at that point. Don't need
Okay.
it.
That was a very RPG decision.
His thought process was in case someone tried to hide in the well or something.
I have been known to put oozes in wells, and Brightwing knows this, so...
I mean, if you, like, face-huggered me with an ooze, I would not be surprised. But...
Actually, like, here's the thing, right? Like, I could... The fact that there's no scavenger-class beasties around here should tell Rockham something, like...
What I'm gathering is something big came... Or big in the Predator sense.
Bingo.
Fuck shit up.
Bingo. Like, even if the statues are unrelated, even if the people who run this farmhouse have a weird, like, statue-based security system, which, to be fair, it's Waterdeep. Not the weirdest thing you've heard since you've been here. Like,
very true.
like, even if that is true, the living people here are nowhere around, haven't been for several hours, and nothing from the Sword Coast has come in to scavenge. Nothing.
Yeah.
Not even crows. Like,
I'm beginning to wonder if it's
like,
still in the area.
probably when you look down the well, probably something like ticks in your head, like, there should be goblins here.
Now, are there any tree lines near here, or
Yes!
is it just...
You came in from a tree line, dog.
I'm just gonna take a moment, just scan the tree line, see if anything looks back.
Make a perception check.
Oh, okay.
Nope.
I don't like that roll.
Not.
It could be nothing.
You see like, and I think that's telling. Like the tree line, the coast, the road, like the most you see are some chickens who didn't get very far.
Yeah.
Like there is nothing. Like there's no birds in the trees. There's no like forest animals. There's nothing on the coast. Like the seabirds are not in this area. Like there's nothing.
Yeah.
Like you're a hunter. This can only mean one thing.
Something's still here somewhere.
Something's still here, or something real fucking big was here not very long ago. This is like, oh, there's a bear. Like, that's what the... Obviously, this is not a bear. Obviously, this is not a bear, but you get my point. Like, nature is reacting like there's an apex predator around here.
What worries both me and Rockham is, because in Rockham's mind, he's fairly perceptive.
Right.
You know, he's done this a time or two.
Right.
And in his mind, he is a bit worried that he can't see where it is.
Yeah, like, and again, like Hunter, right? You're used to animals reacting like this to you.
Yeah.
They don't give a shit about you. Like, they were long gone. Like, what do you want to do?
Debating if I want to go talk to a cow. Or maybe a chicken.
Horses, of those three options, the horse has the most intelligence.
Yeah, but the horse isn't the biggest fan of me right now.
I mean, if you could talk, it would probably be easier.
Yeah, that's fair. You know, I have the spell slot. I'll head back to the barn.
Okay.
And as I enter, speak with animals.
Okay, you can't speak with animals. And yeah, like the cows are just murmuring death, 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 kind of in that like dull after a panic way.
Yeah.
The horse isn't saying anything.
Now, are they able to understand me? Just double check.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna head back up to the horse stable.
Okay.
You should be able to understand me this time.
Yeah, so immediately you get, like the Waterdavian equivalent of, like, somebody shouting stranger danger.
I mean, they're not wrong.
And, like, trying to back away from you again.
I'm only here to ask about what happened. I'm not gonna hurt you or eat you or anything.
Does this draft horse know? I'm going to assume that he does not, but we're gonna see for science. Wow!
Oh no.
Okay, Mr. Draft Horse.
Good or really bad.
Okay, Mr. Draft Horse, with your nat 20 knowledge roll, fair enough. You say, I just want to find out what happens here, and the horse goes, Dragon!
Okay then.
I don't like... Because the footprint I found earlier, or last session, was pretty fucking big.
Yeah, it was.
Oh no. Do you know what kind of dragon it was?
I think it just shouts dragon again and like kicks the wall.
Do I know if horses can see color? 'Cause
Uh
Brightwin doesn't know. But
I don't know if horses can see color, so I'm going to assume no, Rockham does not know.
I gotta look this up.
Why don't you let one of your table mates look it up and you continue the scene?
Fair enough.
What did you say?
Yeah,
What did you say
they
again?
have 2 colors, so they can see.
Dog colors,
Yeah.
then. So
Gotcha.
so yellows and blues.
Did you happen to see the dragon? How big was it?
So when you say dragon, it freaks out again and like rears up and like kicks. You're gonna have to placate this animal before you get anything from him.
Yeah. Do I have anything at one? I mean, food, probably.
He, right?
Oh yeah, I'll go get some like hay or something, bundle it in one of my hands.
Okay.
And just slowly offer it out.
I'm just saying there's crates of produce near here.
Ooh,
You could
they might have,
probably
like,
get
apples or
something tastier than hay.
Yeah, I think he's like, as he's bundling the hay in his hand, he looks up to the crates, throws it over his shoulder, and climbs up.
There you go. Grab like a sweet potato or an apple or something. Yeah, totally.
Grab one for himself as well.
Okay. Is it, you bring it back down. What did you get? Like what? Like it can be
An apple
any.
or something.
Okay, an apple. Okay. So you come back down, and you go up to the horse. You hold up the apple, and the horse is like halfway through shouting "Stranger Danger" again. It sees the apple and it just turns into like a Boo from Aladdin. Like its eyes get real big and gets real quiet.
Ooh, food.
See, I'm friendly. I'm a friend.
Make a
Here to help you
persuasion
out.
check.
Oh God, I'm terrible.
I mean, animal handling if it's
Okay,
higher.
I'm not bad. I'm
Animal
not
handling
bad
if it's higher.
They're the same roll actually.
Cool, perfect. Okay.
Okay.
So he takes a cautious step towards you. His hoof like hits real heavy on the ground.
Yeah.
Comes up, like. That for me?
All yours.
Takes another step. You're a hunter.
I am.
I'm not hurt. I'm strong.
I know you are. That's why I'm here to help. And I'm hoping you can help me.
Looks around, tentatively, like brings its head down on the apple, takes it, crunches it.
See?
Does like the full body shake that horses do. You're not him.
I'm not who?
The master?
No, I'm not.
You're not them either.
No, I'm from out of town.
What's a town?
I'm not from this place.
This is heavy.
Yeah,
Can you get it off me?
sure. And I'll, go to the side and start getting it off.
Yeah, you like step inside the stable and take the yoke off. Does another full body shake. Wait. It's light out, I need that. Are we going to the fields?
Maybe. I need you to answer some questions for me.
What's a question?
What you just did, that's a question.
Oh. Okay.
Can you tell me anything about what you saw last night
What's a night?
when it's dark out?
What I saw when it's dark out. And it like looks around the stable and he goes, that, and that, and that,
See that
and
coming?
that. Hey, there's my brush.
I'll pick up the brush. Want me to brush you?
I have to go to the fields. Brushing is dark time.
Fair enough. Set it back down. You mentioned a dragon. Do you know anything about
Oh
what you
yeah,
saw?
there was a dragon.
How big was it? Was it bigger than you?
Maybe? It was bigger than... Like, looks around. Where are they?
They're helping someone else right now.
It was bigger than them.
That's helpful, thank you.
You're bigger than them.
I am a big guy.
It was a big guy.
Did it have 2 legs or 4?
What's two?
Kind of gestures like pats one knee then the other. That's 2.
What's four?
Gestures at the horse. You have 4. I have 2.
Oh. More.
Oh, good. What else to ask? I'm thinking. When you saw it, was it angry? Was it quiet?
Gassy.
Okay. I'm gonna put gassy question mark in my notes.
Okay.
Gassy in what way? Like
It
when you pass
belched.
too many apples? It belched.
It belched.
Did anything happen when it belched?
Yes.
What happened?
There was noises. And then it goes like this and just screams.
Oh, just like covers his ears. Okay. That's not ominous in the slightest. Alright, bud, well...
Where's my
Kind of
friend
wants-
Chris?
Who's Chris?
Chris is a farm dog.
He's with the humans helping the others right now.
They don't need my help? Like, tries to, like, open the stable.
Yeah. On my way here, were there any other farms nearby that I saw?
Of course, you're in Goldenfield, or near it.
Farmhouse? Okay.
Yeah. Remember, you're
they're-
several hours outside of Waterdeep.
I'm gonna see if there's any reins that happen to be nearby for this guy. Not like so I can ride him, I'm too heavy probably. But so I can like walk
First
him
of all, yes, unfortunately, you cannot ride a horse. You could ride a Clydesdale, but you're not going to get those out of the Icewind Dale.
The goal is to like walk him with me.
Oh, yeah, totally.
Yeah, let's get you out of here, but we got places to be.
Are we going to the fields?
We're going to different fields. I think you'll like them.
Different fields? We're going to the market! Like, bounces on his hooves.
That's the spirit. Pats his back and like
Yeah,
gets the
you
gets
open the
reins on.
stables and he, like walks out with the reins, going to the market, going, and then he sees the three statues and he just stops.
Those are decorations.
No, they're not.
You sure? They look like decorations.
That's Larry, and that's
Shit.
Curly, and that's Mo. They smell different.
The downside to intelligence.
Is that legal?
I swear to God, Cat.
I needed 3 names. What do you want?
So how do I get this horse out of here without it being too traumatized?
Lying to animals with bright wind ink.
I mean, you know, in my mind, this predator or whatever is still in the area. We need to get the fuck out of here.
Yeah, you do.
They'll be all right.
Okay. Can I have another apple?
Sure, I'll get you another apple.
Going to the market, gonna get some apples.
He like starts to go back to where he climb up and just pulls the other one he took out of his pocket.
Yeah.
You know, get the reins. Apple in one hand, reins in the other.
Yep.
All right, let's get going, bud.
Okay. The cart is like goes outside, looks around. Where's the cart?
We won't need a cart today.
We're going to the market. We need the cart.
The cart's there.
Cart's at the market?
Yeah.
What?
You'll see. Just come on.
Okay. Going to the
Offers at the
market,
end.
going to get some apples. And it bounces along behind you.
And yeah, I'm gonna try and take him to the like if there's a road or a path of sorts.
Yeah, there's totally like you came in more like not the main road. You didn't come in from the coastal
Yeah.
highway because you went towards the coast, but like there's totally roads. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, just try and go find the nearest farm that's like has people out and about.
Yeah. Okay. Roll a d100.
Okay. This horse is gonna fucking die or something. That happens every time, alright?
Whoa. Okay. Well. For those of you playing along in podcast mode, Brentwin just rolled a 13 on a d100.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Very good
As
or
you do.
very bad, depending whether or not this is Warhammer.
Horse is gonna like explode into millions.
So you walk over, like you walk. Are you going towards Waterdeep or away from Waterdeep?
I suppose there'd be farms both ways from where I am.
Ostensibly
Yeah, I'll head towards Waterdeep.
towards Waterdeep. Okay. So you're walking along the path, and yeah, you see like fields and like property boundaries, and you keep going. The horse is singing the entire time.
Yeah.
And you come to another farmhouse. The gate is open, and there's no one around.
In his head, he's just like, please don't let there be more statues. Start looking around.
This isn't the market. This is Mr. O'Leary's farm.
We're making a quick stop on the way.
Okay. Like, comes inside. Hi, everybody! So, not only are these animals also, like, upset, but this big-ass, like, big old fat pig, like, waddles up to you, and he just goes, "Get out of here, they're all dead." What's dead?
Inside check.
Okay.
The pig lying to me.
It's the pig lying to me. Gonna insight check a pig. Alright, let's
Yeah,
go.
right now. It's been a weird day.
It's been a weird day. This pig it certainly believes what it said.
Thank you for the warning. And then start pulling the horse. We stopped at the wrong place. Come on.
You said it was a... Okay. Link follows after you. The pig is following behind you as well now.
Jesus. Cut to like 2 hours from now, just a line of him. Walking back to Waterdeep like Noah's Ark. Anyway, yeah, just try the next farmhouse.
I'm sorry. Stop, they're all dead. Secretly trying to keep you from knowing that he hadn't eaten that day.
Doesn't even fucking check the farmhouse. Just takes the pig at his word
I've
and
seen
turns
enough
the
dead
fuck
bodies.
around.
I've seen enough bodies today.
Okay, you say that, homie, but you have a duty.
You're a hero.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Damn it. Whole hero business.
Bitch.
Yeah, I think there'd be like that nagging voice of the others in the back of his head.
Right, yeah. Nagging voice,
Really?
nothing. It's just your paw's face.
Yeah. Just like arms crossed. Like you see like the elbows and up.
Yeah, right. Maybe a very quiet boy.
Mhm.
Right?
Like the wind barely blows past him. Just hear,
Yeah,
"Boy."
exactly.
You two stay here a second. I might like find a fence post to tie this the what's it called? The reins.
Yeah, okay.
And yeah, same verse. It's like
It's-
what's the thing?
Second verse,
Second
same as the
verse.
first. So you're gonna approach the farmhouse.
Yeah.
Cool. Do you open the farmhouse door?
Same as before, just barely peeking open.
Cool. Make a dexterity saving throw.
Oh shit. Are shotguns invented yet?
Sorry?
I was saying, are shotguns invented yet? Because I might get shot.
Shotguns are not invented yet, technically. Okay.
Interesting.
So, you probably expect a lot of different danger. You don't expect this.
Uh-oh.
You push open the door, and you are immediately accosted on your like upper chest and shoulders by a large, angry goose. And it's shouting like, "I'm free, I'm free."
Just like puts a forearm up to like try and.
Yeah.
Oh god, it's another one of Earth's birds. Run.
And the goose, like, buffets you with its wings, and, like, pushes you out of the doorframe, and lands, and just runs. Just scoots.
Bye.
Okay. Good.
If I need to, I'll use another spell slot to get speak with animals going.
Are you good? You're fine?
Yeah. Start looking around the house.
So
Knock, knock. Anyone
so
here?
you push open the door to the farmhouse, and you see, immediately, three statues.
Yeah.
The one is sitting in a chair in the like living area near the hearth. One is standing like leaned over the hearth and then looking towards the door, and then there's like a smaller statue, probably like a 14-15-year-old kid, like sat on the floor, and they're all like looking towards the door, and then they're sonified.
Yeah. Damn. Okay. If there's other rooms, I'll do a quick sweep.
There are other rooms. There does not appear to be. There is a busted earthenware, like, baking dish, and the oven is open. There's, like, down feathers all in it.
Sorry. Like Goose got lucky. Wait, would they pluck it first or kill it or something? I think he's just wondering, so why was the goose in the oven?
It wasn't in the oven. The arthropod is in front of the oven. The oven is open.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah.
And the oven's not on or like has fire in it or anything, right?
It might have been open, or it might have been lit. It's not lit now.
Yeah, I'm making sure it's not lit now, so the whole place doesn't go up in flames. Shit. 3 more people, huh? Yeah, I guess. Is there a barn at this place as well?
There is not. There's a chicken pen and a pig pen.
Okay. I think. But if I leave this horse here, it's probably going to get eaten. Yeah,
You're the one who took it out of the barn.
Yeah, I was hoping to like bring it to the neighbors, like fill them in, all that jazz. What the neighbors got.
And then you rolled a 13. Like, what do you want from me? Like,
No, you're fine. I'm thinking.
you could try
I
another
think we're
farm.
gonna. Yeah, I think we're gonna try the next one that I find.
All right, so you go out. We can grab the horse. The pig still follows.
Eh.
Roll a d100. Really?
Okay.
You go from 13 to 95.
You know.
I think you run into a bounder.
A bounder?
A bounder is a term that I'm co-opting from Tolkien. It is effectively equal parts like militia and neighborhood watch. It's a young man, probably works on one of these farms. It's a rotating position, and he just like walks the various property lines and makes sure nobody needs help.
Just what I'm looking for.
Yeah, and you find him like walking up the road, and he sees you leading the horse and the pig, and he just kind of stops and like blinks at you. Yeah, you see him like rest his hand on his like club for a second, and he takes his hand off of it, and he says, "Didn't know that horse was for sale, friend."
It's not. There's a bit of a situation we should talk about. Still walking over.
Yeah, he nods at you and says, "You're the most compliant horse thief I've ever seen."
And once we're within like 10, 15 feet, I'll stop and like hold the reins out in his direction.
Yeah, like he looks at the reins, looks at you, looks like around. He's like, "State your business." He doesn't take them.
Okay. Still just awkwardly holding them there while we're talking.
Right.
Was tracking possibly a dragon, and I found some people who got turned to stone. It's a long story.
I was tracking what was possibly a dragon, and I found some people that were turned to stone. His face goes from, "You said dragon, okay, this is a joke," to, "Come again?" And then he like reaches for a canteen and takes a bowl from it, and he says, "I think you've been out of the sun too long, friend. Here," like holds the canteen out to you.
No, thank you. I can show you.
Are
if
you
don't
sure
believe me.
your skin's all ashy?
That's how I am. Have you never met a Goliath before?
A what?
I think it. Hold on. I think it dawns on him because farmers don't normally travel too far.
No, they do not.
Have you ever been to the city?
Certainly on market days. Or the festivals. Wait! Like, squints at you. I know you now! You're Sockham the Harper! I killed someone with that, damn.
That was me. Thank you.
Would Rockham bother to correct him? Is the question.
You son of a bitch.
No, wait, I read about you in the paper. I got that name wrong. You're Rockham the Harper.
Close enough. There's bigger fish, right? Or horses. Terrible analogy. I'm taking that back.
Is the rewards for saving the city so low that you have to steal horses?
No, it's like I said, I was tracking
Oh.
something, and I think some of the people in the jerks have come back the way he came. It's probably best if I just show you.
Right, I'm heading that way anyway. Is that a pig?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's following.
That's the O'Leary's pig.
I mean, doesn't really have. I hate that Rockham says this. It's really not anymore. It'll make sense. Come on, start
Well,
walking back.
All right, like follows along behind you.
Traumatize a kid. Here we go.
He's not a kid. He's like 19.
Oh, he's my age.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
really?
like he's like a portly young
Yeah,
farm
maybe.
boy who's like helping keep his neighborhood safe with some of the other boys. Like, yeah, totally.
And yeah, just-
Traumatizing the soft folk.
Pretty. Yeah,
Yeah.
that's much more accurate. Yes.
he was gonna find him eventually.
He gets back to the O'Leary's like farm, like open the gate and step in, and the kid like the dude like comes in after and he looks around and is like, Jeb.
It gets worse. Head toward the farmhouse.
What do you mean it gets? What are you talking about?
Shut up and follow me.
All right,
And yeah, I'll open
There
the
should
door
be-
for him when we get there.
there should be people here. There's old Jeb or his son Ezekiel.
Oh, don't give them names. That hurts.
All I can think of is which Warhammer 40k.
And yeah, I'll just one palm on the door, open it for him.
Yeah, you like push the door open, and he like looks at you, looks at the door. It's dark, friend. Like steps inside, and you hear him drop his nightstick.
Yeah.
By the gods! And he like turns around to look at you. He's like, "I don't want any trouble, friend. I never saw you. You can go about your
This wasn't-
business."
This wasn't me.
What?
There's some sort of predatory creature in the area.
Predat-
Not safe. I'm not safe. These animals aren't safe.
And
So
let me guess, the
next farm
horse.
over. So, what's up?
He says, "Let me guess, the horse."
That's why I'm bringing it with. Rather not get eaten.
So the Appletons too.
Yeah. There might be others, but those are the only ones I've checked.
All right. What would you have of me?
Is there someone that
like-
you report to?
Picks up his nightstick. His hands are trembling. Sure. We've got an alder.
Maybe do that.
What do
gonna
I
head
tell
back.
him?
Tell him the truth. Some sort of
The
dragon or
truth that
something.
one of the Harper's agents was at the O'Leary's farm and turned them into statues.
They were like that when I got here. Look, at some point last night, the horse says it's a dragon. You can believe the horse if you
said
want.
you can talk to. All right, not the weirdest thing you've said.
Magic's a thing, yes.
Magic is. So, perhaps you should begin from the beginning.
Well, you see, I was born as... No.
Smart
yeah,
ass.
Yeah. I don't know if I'm going to spiel the whole thing here, but might not have a choice. I'm not going to mention Tristan. I feel like that's a bit of
You
a...
might want to mention Rainier.
Yeah. Oh, it was Rainer, not Tristan, I'm thinking of.
Yeah.
Was Rainer wounded when we found him, or just messed up?
He did not outwardly say that he was wounded, but he took healing from Connie.
Yeah. Because I didn't write that down if he was. Jesus, okay. My notes are a thing. What I found in my
Gassy?
notes was
Question mark?
Tristan is a bottom, according to himself. No idea what context that was.
What?
I don't know.
Anyway.
Anyway. Like I said, we heard about there was a possible beast in the area that might be hurting people. I decided to take an afternoon to check it out. Could have been nothing, but figured why not.
A beast is an angry bear, or occasionally it's something from the sea. Maybe a griffin. Not. And he just like looks back at the statues and kind of whimpers.
That's what I thought at the start as well. But yeah, you know what? I'll name drop. Why not? Was it Tristan or Rainer? My notes are fine.
It was Rainier.
Okay. Rainer is the one who tipped me off on this to begin with, so
Who?
credible source. Rainer Neverember?
The pirate?
Sure.
Wait, Rayer's a pirate.
I don't know if he's a pirate.
Yes, you
Sounds
do.
like him.
He's called himself a pirate. Like,
It sounds like him, so.
why are you... Right, so you heard from a pirate that there was a griffin around here. I think your pirate friend was wrong.
I think he was as well. I found some footprints. Or not footprints, I found some tracks. It led this way.
Griffins don't leave tracks.
I'm pretty sure it wasn't a griffin, my friend.
Right. Right.
Whatever it was, it could bandage itself, so
It could...
it's somewhat intelligent, whatever it is.
You see him, like, look down and mutter the word orcs to himself.
Yeah, I'll pull out the bloody bandage I found earlier.
That's not gonna help his paranoia.
I'm not worried about his paranoia, I'm worried about getting the facts.
Like, he looks at it, kind of blanches.
Yeah, put it away.
Orcs this far south?
Maybe.
Oh dear. Now, I certainly need to tell the Elder, but... Could orc magic do this?
I'm not as familiar with magic as some people.
So he nods. And I think he, like, goes to, like, push past you.
Yeah, I'll let him.
Yeah, so he, like, goes past you, goes out in the light of day, takes a big, like, cleansing breath, like, heads out the gate, and then sprints up the road, shouting, "Orcs are coming."
Oh boy. I'm probably faster than him.
There's no way you're not faster than him.
Yeah.
There's a sheer stride.
I just want to make sure what my speed is without wolf form, because I don't want to scare you.
I
Folk, just walk fast.
before
my speed's 35.
before you do that, you have a bigger concern.
Oh no.
He didn't see it, which is hilarious, but shows you
Oh.
how much of a daze that he's in. But there's a very large figure just, like, sitting on the fence, chewing on a piece of weed. He's got a green cloak on, and more to the point, a giant bow on his back that you recognize.
Ah, heck.
I was wondering when I don't think he'd say I was wondering when you show up, but I think it's fitting that you show up.
So, okay, so you walk over to him. Like, you walk over, like, holds his hand up, like, wait, pulls the longbow off of his back, and you see him, like, sight in the running dude.
I'll, like, put my hand in front of there. I'll get him. I'll take off after him.
So, you go to take off after him, and at your back, you just hear, "Hurry up!"
Yeah. You know, I'm not gonna wolf form, but I'll full sprint to
Yeah,
catch him.
you catch up to him without much difficulty. He's already out of breath. He's made it, like, 50 feet.
Yeah, like, grab him by the shoulder. The hell do you think you're doing?
Warning the others!
You're gonna cause a panic is what you're gonna do.
You...
What you need to do.
Like,
Think
the
through.
look on his face is like, "Motherfucker, I'm doing what you told me to do!"
What you need to do is go tell your superiors and no one else. If you start shouting this with farmers around, what do you think they're gonna do?
Take up arms and prepare to defend their homes?
With what? Pitchforks and shovels?
It served us well enough.
Oh,
I think he pats like the bow on his back, the large fucking bow. This will probably do nothing to it. What do you think a shovel or a spade is gonna do?
Then
He's smart.
what?
Tell your
Pull
superiors.
back to the city?
Talk to your superiors. They'll know what to do. Maybe
What?
they'll ask for
You
someone to come
keep
out here and look
using
at it.
that word.
There's someone you report to, right?
The
That's how
Elder.
this thing works. Then go there. Do I know what an altar is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Your dad is the Alder of Emberridge.
Making sure. Just, I don't use that word very often. You know where to go then. Stop screaming it in the streets.
But what about, and like gestures off like the other side of the road where there's another farm? What about them?
Honestly, I can take a look for you if it'll make your mind easier.
Like there's like you could see people, like working in the field. Like, no, if the orcs are coming, they need to know.
Then maybe you should run it quickly. And not scream it in the streets.
Make a persuasion check.
Oh, I'm good at those.
You're the one who stopped me.
Just don't cause a panic, alright? It won't be worth it. Panicked people tend to get hurt.
We? Who will deal with it? I'm not fighting an orc horde.
Just kind of looks back to
Yeah,
just like
so
frustrated look.
so you start to get frustrated, and then when you look back at him, you notice that he's not looking at you anymore. He's looking past you.
Oh shit.
And from about, I don't know, 5 feet behind you, you hear, "You know who I am?" And the bounder like nods furiously. He's like, "Get moving and keep your trap shut." He's gone.
Thank you. Should have led with that.
I don't like to be seen.
That's fair.
Like, leans against the fence.
So should I ask what brings you here, or do I already
Following
know?
you? 'Cause you're an idiot.
I covered my tracks.
No, you didn't. I followed you.
Note to self, get better at that. Well, this is a shit show.
Did you do it?
No, found him like that.
What did it? I hunt people, not monsters.
From what I've got so far, red and black blood. That makes me think orc, and I don't think this is an orc.
You got a sample?
Yeah, it pulls out the bloody
Ziraj,
bandage.
like, yeah, takes it from you. You see him, like, hold it right under his nose and sniff. Turns his head and spits. It's not orc.
Is it draconic?
What?
It's the only other hint I have.
Like, holds the bandage back out to you.
Yeah, put it away.
I don't know what dragon blood smells like, but it's not orc.
Huh. I need to get back to the others and probably have them look at it too. There was a cluster of trees he'll point out to where probably can't see it from here depending on how the
No.
tree line is.
No way.
There's a cluster of trees I found earlier. Smelled
I
like hot.
know, you practically took a shit by it.
That smell was there when I got there.
My point is, I know where you stopped. I saw everything you did.
Then you and I are on the same page.
Nope, not quite. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at.
Me
I
neither.
can tell you this, it's not a person.
I'd say
And it
that makes
sure
it
as
easier.
hell isn't orcs.
Yeah, I need to... Fuck, I don't know, do research or something.
I don't know monsters, but I know this. Whatever you're hunting out here, I'll give you, it's smart. Sentient even. But it ain't one of us. And I don't mean an orc, I mean, it's not, you know, us.
People. Yeah. I'd say that makes it easier, but not knowing what it is makes it harder. I think I'm gonna head back to the city and ask the others, see if they can figure anything out.
Why are you out here in the first place?
Didn't want to sit still, wanted to do something.
You came out here alone without your dog?
You're like, I don't know if he needs to like snap his fingers or anything for Carol to show up, but Carol just like appears next to him.
Yeah, Ziraj doesn't move.
Pet Carol on the head.
That's
He's
new.
always with me. It is.
Swords are new too.
Yeah, I've been doing some training.
You any good?
I'm learning still. Long way to
Last
go.
time I saw you, I bled you like that pig back there.
I was having a bad day.
Uh-huh.
I fell. Very cool.
Took me 8 arrows to bring you down, which is impressive.
Thank you.
Yeah. Most people take 1.
That's
I wonder what your damn fool brother would take.
20, maybe
Is he
25.
dead yet?
Somehow, no.
Did you
He's
get him
still hanging
help?
in there. Yeah, he's still recovering, but he'll be doing better soon.
One last question.
Fire away.
Where's Braden?
Just point back in the direction of the city.
Yeah, thanks. Where?
Where was the last place I heard Braden fuck
The
off to?
good night's rest.
I mean, you can check the Good Night's Rest. I don't really keep tabs on him.
I haven't seen him in weeks.
Want me to tell him to come find you? Can he even find you?
Technically,
I'll bug him about it when I get back.
this whole thing, like gestures behind him, the way you came. You want me to put some boys on it?
Yeah, it might be good to keep an eye on things. Maybe kill it if you can find it.
Not what I meant.
What do you mean?
The statues, the people, the property.
Yeah, that's not gonna be a mess I can clean up.
I can do it, or you can have his illustrious lord-ass do it.
All about who's gonna charge more.
Basically,
Yeah,
yeah.
How much are we looking at?
For you, nothing. Like, he holds up a hand real quick. Yeah,
Yeah, like head-
we get stuff out of it, but you don't need to worry about that.
I'll just kind of gestures back, like a thumb toward the city. Just, yeah, we're good.
Do not come out here with watch.
I don't plan to.
That means never, Emperor. That means your brother and the fucking dragon.
Will do.
Or the dwarf with the shield guardian.
Let's see, dragon, dwarf.
If you're not sure, check with Fala.
I'll put dragon, dwarf, etc. Check with follow. Okay,
We'll handle the cleanup.
thank you. I know it's business, but still.
Hey, we're a guild of Waterdeep too.
Yeah. But need
Get
anything?
moving.
Yeah, cool. And he like goes to do a handshake. Isn't sure if they're at that point, considering their last meeting, and just kind of
Yeah, you go
Yeah,
to like give him a handshake. He like pulls his hood up, looks down at your hand, looks back at you. You really want my fingerprints on you?
like the hand that was going to shake just kind of puts down, like pretends to adjust his belt.
So yeah, so he like looks you square in the face, and he like thumps it, like thumps his left breast with his right hand.
Yeah.
There's how we do it in the Star Meadow Hills.
And I'll mimic his. I assume it's a salute.
Mm-hmm.
Can you repeat it what it was so I can write it down?
Here's how we do it in the Star Meadow Hills.
He meant the gesture.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry. Right hand,
Or
like right fist, hard impact on left, like pectoral.
Gotcha.
It's the same thing we've seen Lash do a million times.
Yeah, I just wanted to make sure I have it written down.
Yep.
And yeah, just kind of awkward. What's the thing like? That like not smile, but like flat, like kind of thing, and just start walking away.
Mm-hmm.
And at some point, I'll go back off the road and
Yep.
get stealthy.
and get stealthy. So it's going to take you 3 hours to get back to Waterdeep, which means it's going to be
Yeah.
sunset by the time you get back to Waterdeep. So, does anybody else have a scene they want to do while Rockham is gone all damn fucking day?
Oh.
Okay.
About-
Yeah.
Do I long? How?
And I guess.
What? About what time is it when Pierce would finish long resting?
Probably 10 a.m.
That's it?
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the
Pierce mean you need to go visit Dashin?
Who wants a scene?
Pierce doesn't know that yet. You haven't got back and told us shit.
I was about to ask how this all lines up relative to the Mind Flayer.
The
problem.
Mind Flayer speak with dead thing.
Ooh.
Honestly, I think we should pick up with them coming back to the.
Yeah, I think so. So yeah, basically, so that whole thing, or no, yeah, because Connie, you were with him, so he didn't get healing from you. He got it from Rock. He got healing from somebody.
Rainier? He got it
Yeah.
from me.
Got it from you. Okay.
Yeah, I
So-
didn't use a
so yeah,
And then I took his rapier to go fix it and found the note on the seam of steel.
Yes, that's right. So Rock left shortly after that. So Brayden, Derek, Tristan, and Connie probably got back a couple hours after that. So like sunrise.
Lawrence would have been back by then.
Yeah, you're back. You and Rainier are tending the bar. Pierce and Salk had their thing.
Lawrence probably would have come back with some of the stuff that Emmerich and Avi had left him.
Probably. So yeah, so it's
There's
probably
extra
like
stuff in the kitchen.
like the working man's crowd has probably left, but the like students around Troll Skull Alley are probably in for breakfast by the time Connie and Brayden and Tristan and Derek get back.
Mm-hmm.
Pierce,
When they come.
Pierce and Salcom are not up yet. For sure.
Okay.
So you
I
did
think Braden would try and get himself up early.
so you did the speak with dead thing. Oh, were you not with them, Brayden?
I'm pretty sure Brayden would have had to been with them because of the whole crow thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said Brayden had to give himself up early. It's like you're already up. You haven't slept
Well,
yet.
no.
We came back. It's still night, isn't it?
It's like dawn.
Aye, so Braden would get himself up early to try and like fucking go and meet Dashin.
You never went to bed. There's nothing to get up, friend. We're picking it up right when you get back.
Did we not have the whole scene with?
No,
Hey.
y'all did the speak with that dead thing, and then the scene ended.
Yeah.
And that was the end of the show.
I've lost so much time. God damn it.
Yeah, we did the speak
Hey,
with dead
yeah.
things, and then the show ended.
Yeah.
Right. So when we get back, it's a case of
Yeah.
Fuck.
So yeah, the four of you have been up all night. Were you
Okay.
were you heading back to like the good night's rest after dealing with the revenant of Neolor?
I'd assume so, unless we want to go straight to see Dashin.
Like that's an important question. Like
it might be better going back and just seeing Dashin straight away. I mean, it's not like we're going to sleep anyway.
you can sleep in the carriage.
True, but will that be a full rest?
Fuck no.
Would it
But
be
it-
a short rest?
It will be a short rest for sure.
Short rest is.
So you guys want to
Short
head
rest is-
over. You guys want to head over to the temple ward to where the Brotherhood of the Fountain of Life has set up their like hospital.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. So when you guys get the carriage going and you figure out where it is that you're going, I think Tristan like stifles a yawn behind his hand and he goes, "You might need to handle this one yourself, Dove."
That's alright. You can get some sleep.
Not so much that as it is, well, look at me.
Yeah, you might cause some problems with the patients.
Precisely my thought.
You know what? That's fair.
Gideon, why don't you and Braden... And Gideon just, like, shakes his head. Trust your family. Tristan sighs.
Braden gives him 2 thumbs up.
You're sure about this, both of you?
I think we can handle it.
I mean, we've dealt with worse.
You have... But Tula's important.
And I
We
will
know, that's why we're
refuse-
jumping through so many hoops.
Alright. I have my faith in you, then. And in the meantime, we'll go and get something to eat. Have it ready for you when you get out.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Can I suggest a Rishal?
Oh, what?
Take like 2 grilled cheese, stick an egg between them.
You trust me, it's delicious.
I'll look into it. Carriage pulls up to the temple, and yeah, the two of you get out in front of this like turn of the century old world like hospital. The gates are closed, and there's like a couple of people milling around outside. They don't look like patients. Ostensibly, they're there to like see someone once it's open to the public. You guys are early.
Yeah, don't
Yeah.
want to be a nuisance, so unless Brayden does otherwise, Connie's just like gonna wait for the thing to open.
I would say this is an urgent enough matter to get someone's attention.
Okay.
So yeah, I would try and flag one of the attendees down.
Anybody you see in the yard is with a patient, but you can like wave at them, get their attention. They'll recognize you two for sure, and so like you'll get like the nod, but it'll be a bit before somebody
Yeah.
comes out.
Yeah,
Um,
no, as soon as somebody does the nod, wait until they come.
That's
So-
our cue to sit tight.
Yeah. So the sun has gotten considerably higher before Dashin walks out. He's not wearing his typical like necromantic gear. He's not wearing the black and silver robes with the like skull buckle and the weird like drippy finger thing. But he's dressed like an orderly. He's wearing like scrubs, or this version of scrubs at least. And he's got like the big gloves on, but he's not bloody. He's not like he came from surgery or anything. And he comes out and he like pulls almost a full head mask off, and he smiles at the two of you through the gate. He doesn't let you in yet. And he says, "I wasn't expecting to see you, my friends. Is Sockham not well?"
No, he seems to be recovering well, given the circumstances, but we might be in need of your expertise for something else.
Yeah, unfortunately, we need to bother you again.
You'll forgive me for asking, but is it an emergency?
Little bit, yeah.
Yeah, there's life on the line, but we don't know what the time scale is specifically.
I see.
It may be better to discuss this where there's not prior years.
Certainly. Just a moment. And turns away from the gate, stops, turns back. Please take no offense, my friends. And he casts prestidigitation on both of you.
None offense whatsoever.
I'm taking whatsoever.
Just a moment.
I never thought about the medical application of Presti. Holy fuck.
You're welcome.
Right?
That
And
is kind of genius.
He disappears inside, inside the main doors, and a little bit later, this perky halfling, female halfling, bounces up to you, bounces up to the gate, and she looks at the two of you, specifically Connie, and Connie, the halfling's got that look on her face of look for the tiefling, right?
Yep.
And she says, "You're here for Dr. Devare?"
Yes we are.
This way, please. And, opens the gate.
And we trot.
Yep. You follow the halfling back into the building, through the hallways, which again I'm gonna not describe for Nightfall and a couple of our other audiences. But it is just as difficult as the first time you were here. Hospitals usually are, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You're led up some stairs, past some closed doors with various silhouettes behind them, is what I will say. And eventually you're led to a quieter wing with numbered offices on them, wherein you're led to a door marked D. Duvare, and the halfling like knocks twice on the door chipperly, and then opens the door and then scoots away. And yeah, Dashin is like, you don't see Dashin at first. You see his silhouette. He's like behind a screen, and you see the scrubs that he was wearing like laid over the top of the screen. You see him like putting on robes. His silhouette's putting on robes. And you hear him say, "Will that be the KnightLites then?"
Two of us.
Indeed it is.
Close the door.
Close it behind us.
Yeah. Now, my friends, I dare say you should begin at the beginning. I'll be with you in just a moment.
Well,
Where to start?
yeah.
Suppose the question would be, what do you know of illithid infections?
You see the silhouette, like, freeze for a second. And he says, "If that's the beginning, I'd love to see chapter 2.
An old friend of ours recently came into town, and turns out they have said infection. Apparently, they thought that one of us had a cure.
Dashin, like, steps out from behind the screen, like, clipping his belt into place. And, like, reaches for the skull buckle, like, clips that over the front of the belt. Grabs a grimoire, like, clips that to his belt. He's, like, working at a curio cabinet now, getting some various reagents and things. But with his back to you, he says, "As interesting as that is, would you mind to start with your aura?"
Pardon?
Not
Come
you.
again?
Him.
You've lost me.
You're affiliated with the Raven Queen now. You weren't the last time I saw you.
Oh, that. Yeah.
Like, you see him, like, smirk a little bit over his shoulder. He's grinding something up in a pestle.
It's long story short, I got contacted and enlisted.
Is it relevant?
Sort of.
In a roundabout kind of way.
Well, then you deserve to know that the Queen and I do not often see eye to eye. Though
That's
our
nice to
opinions
know.
of souls are relatively equal.
Fair.
I'm not against repurposing bodies. Is that going to be a problem?
I'll let you know if it is.
Umbra shifts to your other shoulder.
I looks at the bird.
It doesn't say anything, just like, moves away from Dashin. And there's a phylactery in
maybe a
this
bit
room that I'm
uncomfortable.
not inclined to give to you. It's not mine.
Fair.
I hope you two can see eye to eye on this one, because I understand it. There's quite a bit of fucking about with memories with illithid.
No, I'm not saying I'm not going to help you. I'm just saying that if there's a price tag on it, it's going to be coming from me, not the other way around.
It's entirely fair.
Like, puts the powder that he ground up in a little, like, uses some, like, parchment paper, pours it into a vial, corks it, tucks it away into his robes, comes over and, like, sits at his desk. An old friend of yours is infected with an illithid, so they were captured by illithids at some point.
It's
Here's the thing, she said she doesn't know when or how she was infected. Best guess is about a month ago in, I think she said Candlekeep.
You see him, like, narrow his eyes slightly. I was at Candlekeep about a month ago. Tall, high elf, blonde hair, tends to favor blues.
to them in shadow.
Yes.
You see him, like, shake his head. She never could get over that streak that Tristan woke in her.
Slight giggle. That sounds like Tristan, alright?
Mm-hmm.
What does any of this have to do with me?
Well, we
Not
did
that
a
I'm unwilling to help you. I just don't
Right,
understand.
of course. Cutting to the chase, the best lead we have to cure her is to rip the burgeoning illithid soul out and stick it in a soul stone and then destroy it.
Effectively killing the thing.
Like, you see his eyes fall on the bird, and he like stares at it for a minute. Umber doesn't react, and he like looks back to like you in general, like the two of you in general. I guess that's...
And since you have such a
I'm familiar
knack
with the
for-
technique. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we
We
kind of
thought
figured you would be the best
you would-
person to come to.
Yeah.
You will forgive me for what I'm about to say. This sounds like bait.
Yeah, that's fair.
This sounds like bait for an agent of the Raven Queen. No offense.
That's fair.
None taken. This is a genuine request. There's no bait here.
Who gets the soul stone?
I mean, my plan was to destroy it, but as far as I know, using an elephant's soul for purposes, fine with the Raven.
It is absolutely not fine with the Raven.
I thought we had the discussion of like, yeah, our elephants like fine to just fuck about with because the Raven Queen doesn't really like them.
She doesn't like them. You're still fucking around with the soul. It's fine to rip its soul out and send it to the Shadow Realm to save like a mortal. It's not okay to like give that soul to a necromancer. There's a different thing there.
I see.
Okay, fair. Retract that statement then. Yeah, pretty much. As like far as I know, just either remove the soul from the stone and be done with it.
And if I ask for it, then the immediate response is going to be, and he like his eyes fall on the rapier.
No, if anything, it might be glances at the bird. Because I don't think Brayden would do that.
Like, that's the question. Would he if he was ordered directly to? At the risk
That's
of
a
his
good question.
warlock level?
Or at the very least, try 1,000 different ways first.
Yeah, pretty much. Look down at the rapier and it's like, not direct, at least.
Good music choice.
Basically, I don't want to kill you, but I have to take that from you.
Please understand this isn't personal.
I would say the same.
Of course.
And we realize this is quite an ask.
I can do
And
it.
entirely
The procedure is...
your preview to the decline.
The procedure is difficult. I doubt you'll find someone else in Waterdeep who can. More to the point, it'll be painful. Miss Moonshadow will have to pass the remains, which is unpleasant, as from the sound of things, it's wormed itself into her, well, most of her vital substances. So she will need healing, and a skilled healer besides. But soulstones are powerful reagents, incredibly so, and something comprised of similar energy, like an illithid, doubly, even triply so. To expect me to do this and not presume any form of payment is
didn't say we wouldn't pay you if you asked for it. We just don't know if we can pay you with that specifically.
I highly doubt you have a great deal more than I would want. No offense, I'm not particularly interested in money.
It's entirely fair. Asking without the guarantee of payment is asinine.
Do you want to owe an Archgrim a favor? And he looks at Brayden when he says it.
Yeah, I mean, you've done right by us so far. Like, I think I owe you a couple of favors.
Does your queen see it that way?
Looks at the bird.
Bird doesn't react.
I ask the bird.
Bird does not respond.
I'm going to take the silence as a yes.
That's a dangerous
That is a
assumption.
bold decision.
And I'll take the consequences if I'm wrong.
My friend, that is a dangerous outlook, but a relatively safe bet in this case.
He's in a dangerous line of work.
Touché.
Fair.
How did you learn of this procedure?
Funny thing about that, when we found the Vault of Dragons, killed an elephant down there, and I asked if we could. We killed an elephant down there.
Here in Waterdeep.
No, I think
Yes.
it was a mind flayer, wasn't it?
Same thing.
They're the same thing.
Oh, they're the same.
Yeah.
Oh,
Their species name is Illithid.
gotcha.
In the same way that people are Homo sapiens.
Yep. Actually, that's a very good example because it is absolutely dehumanizing language, but that's kind of the point. Like, it's in the same way that a mad scientist refers to its human captive as the subject. It's exactly the same thing that Dashin is doing.
Yeah.
Did my internet die?
No.
No. Right. Yeah, it's second time encountering it actually.
Yeah.
Point being-
The first time we countered that one was in the sewers, and I don't know how that ended exactly, but I woke up later.
I see.
Yeah, the whole situation. Point being, we went back down to the vault, and I asked Umbra, pointing at the bird, if we could talk to the souls in the area to try and see if we could convince it to tell us how to remove the elephant larva. Whether it was telling the truth or not,
And that led you to me. I'm not affiliated with any Illithids in the city.
it was
Of
more
course
the
not,
whole
but
soul stone thing.
yeah.
Hmm.
It was less who sent us and more you would be the most likely to know how to do that.
At risk to myself, I will tell you that I'm familiar with the procedure, and I have an empty soul stone in my possession. And he looks at Brayden like, try something.
Do I recognize the look that he's given?
Yeah, oh yeah. It's
Right, but I think
mostly in his eyes. Like, he's got that normal calm smile that he has, but yeah, like in his eyes, it's like your boss telling you to be froggy.
I think that he would just give him the look of, I'm not doing anything here.
Just hands in your pockets, like,
All right.
chill.
See, he nods
Yeah.
slowly. I can help Miss Moonshadow. I'll even give you the soul stone. However, including the favor, I want 3 things.
Okay.
First,
Hmm.
the favor. As an agent of the Raven Queen, and as the KnightLites writ large, if I ask you for something, I get it. No strings attached.
I'll try my best with that.
Certainly.
To the best of our possible ability.
Number 2, I want absolutely... He holds up a hand. Providing Miss Moonshadow makes a full recovery, I want absolutely no repercussions whatsoever. Be they legal, cultural, or, and again he looks at the bird, religious. I want no agents knocking on my door. I want nothing haunting my dreams. And I certainly don't want an avenging blade.
Nods in agreement.
It's hard enough being able to operate inside these walls, knowing full well that the lords are familiar with my practices. Ignoring the fact that I have saved far more lives than I've taken. He sighs a bit, like this is something that he deals with more often than he would like. Third,
This is just a normal Thursday for him.
unfortunately, probably true.
When you're the only expert in the area, you get all sorts of people asking questions.
Third,
Some of them genuinely curious, some of them asking questions.
I want you to consider an apprenticeship, Miss Campbellson.
Here.
No.
Or with you
With
specifically.
me. For the remainder of my time in the city.
Interesting.
You have your share of prejudice, Miss Campbellson.
It's not so much prejudice as...
Against you.
I see. You know what? That is fair. Just not in this area of... I suppose that's the point of an apprenticeship, but I'm much more used to spirits and plants than academic.
Did you not tell me once that you came to the city to learn medicine?
Oh, I did. Just, if I could be blunt, I just didn't expect from this particular angle. That said, I'll...
So, you say this particular angle, and he, like, spins his chair, and, like, in the frame, we see that he's got, like, 3 framed doctorates on the wall.
Nonetheless, color me interested at least.
If you don't have an interest in some of my more advanced techniques, I can still teach you triage, surgery, long-term care, first and second aid, and he keeps going.
And she's like nodding along as he goes. And I think she just interrupts him at some point with, when would I start?
After the successful operation, providing, of course, the dragon doesn't attack the city.
Did I hear that right? Provided the dragon doesn't attack the city.
A dragon.
A dragon. Okay.
I beat dragon as well. I was like, wait, what?
Like, a dragon attacks is, like, a colloquialism that I'm kind of implementing that's equivalent to, like, you know, like...
Assuming nothing goes horribly wrong.
Correct.
Equivalent to, oh god, everything is fucked.
you know, assuming as long as a meteor doesn't hit the house.
Exactly.
Assuming a tree doesn't fall and I can't get there.
Have Miss Moonshadow come here within a few days and send someone ahead. She's in good hands, I promise.
I think we can do that.
And I don't doubt that she is in good hands.
And speaking personally, Master Koi,
Aye.
you may want to consider your allegiances more carefully.
It gives him a bit of a science, like, I'll take it under note.
Now, can I do anything else for the two of you? Pointedly says two.
I think that's it.
No, that's pretty much it for mind.
Yeah. Anything you need from us while we're here anyway.
I'm sure I'll think of something, but nothing springs to mind at the moment.
Alright. Then, should we...
Thank you for your time, Archmage.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
He chuckles. Kind of
You
shakes
saved our ass once, and you might be saving our ass again.
He, like rises to show you out, and he chuckles and shakes his head. They only call me an Archmage here. Apparently it's more palatable.
What should we call you then?
Doctor is fine, but if you want a similar title, in the same way that, and he looks at Connie, your elder might be called Keeper. My title, officially, is Grim.
Oh, thank you for your...
They're Grim Dashing. That's quite a title.
No, just one or the other.
Well, thank you for your time, Grim.
He nods, opens the door. And yeah, you guys can, like,
And we'll
make
leave.
your way out.
Yep. Try not to get lost in here.
Yeah.
Time to go find Tristan for food.
Yes. So, do we want to just jump cut to you guys getting back to the good night's rest?
Either that, or we could have a scene with like Tristan explaining that what kind of went down. But I'm fine just cutting to the good nights.
Yeah. So I think we cut to, it's like 8-9 o'clock this time. So it's much quieter than it would have been when the four of you roll back in to see Lawrence behind the bar and Rainier like sweeping up.
Okay,
What time is it now?
About 10 a.m. 8, 9, 10, somewhere in there.
Lawrence looks up. Hey, welcome back.
Good to be back. We got a plan.
If anyone needs me, I'll be in the basement. Tristan's heading downstairs.
Sleep well.
Where's Rockham?
Lawrence had looked around when he got back. Just like, apparently he went out.
Is he back yet?
Nope.
Where'd he go?
Heck if I know. I didn't. All I knew was he was gone when I got back.
Derek / Gideon sighs, heads over to the stairs and starts going up.
Oh, there was something. Apparently Rainier got attacked by something, and I think that's why Rock went out to go look into things.
He stops, looks at Rainier. Rainier has stopped sweeping and is like meeting Derek's eyes. Derek comes back down. Show me your wound, boy. Boy, I'll have you know
Rainier.
I. Fine.
Trust him, please.
Like Rainier like sits at one of the tables and like opens up his shirt, and Derek like pulls a bandage aside and just, like squints at his chest.
It's no longer covered in stone. You might want to mention that.
True.
It was basically petrified when he first showed us, and well, this is after my healing.
Wait, petrified.
Constance,
Yeah.
take a look at this.
Already walking over to it, like, what the fuck?
Make a medicine check. Oh, yeah. So, Rainier has 3 lateral slashes from his left shoulder towards his right hip across his chest. The middle one is deeper and longer than the one on either side. And immediately, Connie, you're like, that's a claw. That's a claw strike.
Were you wrestling a basilisk?
Some draconic, right, Rainier?
Yeah, a large dragonborn, as far as I can tell. What do you mean a large dragonborn? You mean a half-dragon? I don't think so. They're rather large, ferocious individuals, but I've never known them to turn you to stone. What do you think, Doctor?
I think this I think this requires some more research. I forget how much Pierce has relayed to the rest of the party about his search for the dragons.
Not a great deal, but Pierce is currently asleep. How big did you say this thing was?
Pierce should be up in about an hour. If Kit said it was 9.
Bigger than Salcom. Considerably so, and almost as wide. Built like a tree, really. Any noticeable scale patterns, or... That's a little too Ziraj. Any noticeable scale patterns, or anything... Do you have a weapon, maybe? No. Fang and claw. Wings? It had wings, yes.
Was it wearing anything specific?
It was dark. Unlike you, I can't see as well, but if I had to hazard a guess, I would say it was wearing armor of some kind. Metal, hide, cloth. Would you believe me if I said mithril?
Blink, blink.
And Martin's eyebrows both go up like, wait a minute.
And Rainier like holds his hand, like both his hands up. It's like, I'm not certain, but it moved like leather, and I couldn't bite through it with my sword.
That's your freaking rapier too.
You just hear from the back, Raiden going, the fuck?
Okay. Bigger than half dragons running around in mithril. And apparently petrifying people.
I'm gonna see if Gideon has any idea on what this is. I don't think he does, but we're gonna see.
If Gideon doesn't know, we're kind of fucked.
Yeah, right? Exactly why I'm checking.
This is something that just, from our understanding, just kind of showed up.
Yup.
Oh great, new species, fun.
Oh, Gideon got a nat 20, but it was on the advantage roll.
Oh,
Can we...
that's a shame.
So
Can we give him an advantage?
Do I have inspiration I can give him?
it would be a reroll. 100% Brayton has inspiration and Rockham has inspiration.
That would have been helpful.
I have inspiration. Unless someone else wants to give it to him, I'll give it to him.
It'll be a reroll. It won't get that nat 20.
I mean, a
It's fine.
reroll. What's...
Reroll is still better than a
Would
no.
he pass? Would he pass if I didn't give him the inspiration?
I'm not telling you that.
I'll give him mine. Go for it.
Rolled worse.
I'll give him mine.
Okay.
Oh boy.
This is relevant to what Pierce wants to know, so...
Okay. That's actually a really good roll for him. So Gideon like makes a face and he pulls away from Rainier. You can put your clothes back on. And you're like adjusts his shirt. What is it? You look like you smelled something foul. You're bleeding. It stinks. That's not what I'm talking about.
Lawrence winces like, crap.
I've seen enough cell swords, and I know how they are when they're scared. Don't call me scared, boy.
Scared or not, if you know what this is, it would help a lot if you told us.
I don't. That's the concern. I just have rumors. Rumors from drunk idiots, mostly.
Well, try us.
I mean,
Supposedly,
we saved the city on rumors.
in the north of the Sword Coast. Further than any of you have been, with possible exception of him, cocks a thumb at Rainier. There was disturbance in the Underdark. Supposedly, bunch of he goes over and like closes the door, like the main door of the tavern. You hear him like click the lock and he like pauses for a second. What do you know about Tiamat?
Homest.
Lawrence raised both eyebrows like, oh, that's probably not good.
Religion check, I'm guessing?
Yeah, religion check, I'm guessing. All of you know Tiamat is dead. Tiamat was slain. Okay. Anybody else want to roll religion? Nope, here they go. Oof.
I assume
That's
not,
not.
but can those of us not hear Man Pierce roll that too?
No.
Didn't think so.
Connie is the
Always
only
expect that.
one who passed that check. Connie, you have 4 questions about Tiamat. Use them well.
Brain's reaction is, most I know is she's dead.
Lawrence is very confused.
Okay. On the one hand, out of character, I already know some shit. But I don't think Connie would have. I guess let's start with who's Tiamat.
Tiamat is one of the 2 draconic deities. She is the mother of all chromatic dragons. She embodies all of their chromatic aspects. She is a goddess of magic and destruction. And she's been dead for a while.
Okay. What killed her?
I don't know the answer to that. Ask me a different question.
Okay.
I think it was literally adventurers, but I'm not sure.
Depends on the
mean-
timeline you're in.
I mean, if it's something that boring, just make something up. Like there was a war between her and Baphomet.
I'm not bringing Bahamut into this yet, so no.
Moreover, that can have some domino effects in the plot later.
What killed her? According to the play, The Fall of Tiamat, which is written in Giant, it was... Yeah, she tried to raise an army, and it damn near worked, but before the army could get off the ground, heroes of the North, of the Icewind Dale, including Brunor Battlehammer, and Drizzt Do'Urden, killed her.
Okay, these bigger than a half dragons we keep hearing about. Any correlations between that and the army she was trying to raise, or was she raising like literal dragons for that purpose?
No, pointedly, nothing in the play or any of the information you've gleaned mentions like dire, like half dragons.
Okay.
But her followers are known for draconic experimentation, so it's not beyond the realm of possibility, but it's not something that has been added to the annals of history.
Sorry, was that 3 or 4?
That was 2.
Okay. Doing a think.
No, sorry, that was 3. You're right, because who is she, how'd she die, and what are these things? They got one more.
Okay. Anyone got any suggestions?
Maybe how long ago it was?
Alright. Yeah, how long ago was this that she died?
Uh,
Sorry, Kit.
3rd edition, I think. So a couple hundred years.
Oh, so it's been a couple centuries,
Pre-spell
been a couple-
plague. It can't have been that long ago because Brunor did it. Brunor's still alive. Then again, he's
A dwarf,
He's a
and
dwarf.
B, maybe he has whatever fuckery Durnan's figured out.
valid.
Durnan figured out potions of longevity and the chug game.
I'm gonna stick with pre-spell plague.
Okay.
There's a lot of important people that are.
Oh, duh, I thought of a different question.
Too late.
Ah, well.
But I'd like to know your question anyway.
My question is, what sort of shit would it take to bring a dead god back? Like, who could pull that off?
Nope, nope. Sorry.
Alright. Ah, well.
So yeah, so Gideon says, like, what do you know about Tiamat?
So yeah, I think Connie chimes in with... Wait, didn't adventurers kill her, like, hundreds of years ago?
Something like that. Nick turns away from the door and he sighs. And he says, she got a cult, right? Most gods have cults.
Okay.
And these cultists, supposedly... Mind you, I got this information from a drow. These cultists supposedly opened a portal. From that portal came an army of followers of Tiamat, ready to go.
Lovely.
And they've been preparing the way ever since. Haven't seen them, haven't heard of them, haven't managed to find anything else about this until now.
Well, looks like you've got a witness, like, right here.
What I saw was certainly reptilian, probably draconic, but I wouldn't say it's a soldier of the Dragon Queen come through a portal. I don't have that kind of information.
I guess it is just hearsay at the moment, but that's one hell of a coincidence if it is.
I got one more piece of information you might find useful. Apparently, like gestures at Rainier, the damn things are nigh invincible. Unless you have a lance.
Lance.
He shrugs.
To get through the scales, I assume.
Shrugs again. Couldn't tell you.
Why is it always something very specific?
Is there any, like, famous lance that's good against dragons or something like that?
Make an Arcana check with disadvantage.
Okay.
Oh
I'm
my!
sorry.
Barely why.
I've just realized
What did she
this
just
is.
ask? Wait a second.
Gamzee just figured it out. Gamzee, do not say another word.
What did Connie ask?
Connie says, do I know of a specific magical lance that's good against dragons? And I said make an Arcana check with disadvantage.
Yeah, is there like an Excalibur of killing dragons or some bullshit like that?
No, God.
So with that roll, Connie, I can say definitively, not in Faerun, there's not.
Yeah, I figured as much.
God damn it, Fox. God damn it. God damn it.
That's funny. Bravo.
I've been telegraphing this for months, and you guys only just figured it out. What is one of my favorite stories that is affiliated with Wizards of the Coast?
I've known, but I didn't expect you to whip out this level of horseshit.
Okay, bravo.
I've known you were going to do this. I was there when you made the choice.
No, you weren't. You were there when I told Kaishen the choice. You weren't there when I made the choice, motherfucker. Also, chat just got it.
You know what sucks? It took me until a solid 4 or 5 seconds after Kit started cackling. I thought we were going to have to go planes hopping or something.
I mean,
Technically you are, but anyway. Yeah, so for those of you who don't know, I'm not going to spoil what this is if you don't know. I highly recommend you look at like other Wizards of the Coast properties if you want to know. Suffice to say, I looked at Tyranny of Dragons and I was like, my KnightLites are really strong and also like level 8 and you're throwing kobolds at them? No. And so I looked around and I found some toys to play with. There we go.
So, in-character answer seems to be no.
No,
right?
not in Faerun is the answer.
Not in Faerun. Okay.
Oh, Lawrence.
Yeah. Sounds like my forge skills are going to be needed then.
Your forge skills are going to be needed if you could find a fucking pattern. But anyway, back to the scene.
You lost me on the pattern comment.
He can't.
Okay.
He can't make one unless he knows what it is.
I mean, I can make a spear, but
Yeah, you can make a lance, but
that's a whole other bag of chips and a beer.
and yeah, please make a lance and use it on these things. It'll be great. Like, but anyway.
Dragon Guard.
So I think Connie said something to the effect of, yeah, but where are we gonna get one of those?
I mean, lances aren't that hard to come by.
Yes, I am a smith, but I
Precisely.
think this would take some doing.
That's all the information I have. Pause.
Well, it's more than we did.
And your brother is out there hunting one. I'm gonna go.
Yeah, go make sure he's okay.
Like, unlocks the door. Save Tula. Out. Gone.
Subtle, isn't he? So in better news, we have
Connie
a possible
says...
cure for Tula.
Sorry, I just got a DM from Rockham. I'm in danger.
I'd have said it, but I can't do the voice.
Real quick before we jump into the Tula thing. Quick question.
No.
I know Greater Restoration could cure petrification, but is there anything you can do to prevent it to begin with?
You're getting into the realm of alchemy with that. So yes.
The answer is yes, it's probably a salve.
Correct, actually. Which is great until you inhale it.
And then you're coughing for a solid minute.
No, I don't mean that. I mean the thing that petrifies you. Salve is great if it's like outward in, but if it's a vapor, much harder to deal with, and you don't know. So
what I'm hearing is we need gas masks.
Yes, that could theoretically work.
Which might also be feasible on my end, at least for parts of them.
Also magic.
So before we
Possible
cut to
herbs.
the Tula thing, I think it's time for Sleepy, Pierce, and Salt to come downstairs.
Yeah.
Cast water breathing on ourselves and walk around with reverse fish bowls. Well, not reverse,
Oh my
actual
god.
fish bowls on our heads.
Reverse fish bowls. Yeah, reverse fish bowls. I believe that's an
Reverse
oxygen
fish
tank.
bowls would be if we were walking around underwater and couldn't breathe water.
Yeah.
An oxygen tank would also be effective because we would have pure air only.
Anyway,
Moving along, sleepy bedheads coming downstairs.
Sleepy wizard and barbarian coming downstairs. Rock. Sock, you're still like recovering from surgery, but you do feel noticeably better today. Rainier's back to
Morning.
sweeping the floor.
I think like Pierce's bird kind of
Yeah.
flies down, followed by him going down the stairs. He's still tired, but he slept.
We're coming downstairs. You know, Lawrence would probably nod at Rainier, like, "How are you feeling anyway? Do you need me to?"
I'm alright for the moment, so long as nobody starts a bar fight.
Connie, Brayden, did you find anything?
Yes,
Yeah,
there's
we're
good
about to
news.
say we got some decently good news.
Oh,
It's-
hey, you two.
It's going to suck, but we found a way.
Oh, okay.
Oh, what is it?
Well,
Well, it involves Dashin, who
Actually,
we have already talked
wait.
to.
Let's go upstairs because customers will be in.
Not without
or already-
breakfast.
Yeah, breakfast might be.
Halfling, a halfling
we-
pops out of the kitchen with what looks like a beef Wellington on a plate.
As you do.
Helping halfling.
Wait a
Wait.
minute. We don't sell that. What is that?
You're right.
Yeah,
You don't.
Is that even a breakfast food?
it is today, apparently.
It is today, apparently. Like holds it out to Sock'em.
Just Lawrence smiles with it. Hey guys, new supplies working out well?
Mm-hmm.
Good. Temporary thing, unfortunately. My masters had to leave for a few 10 days, so they said I could make use of some of the supplies they left behind.
He like takes the plate of food.
It's
Does it
literally
smell
just
good?
appears to be a breaded thing on a plate, and that's it.
Does it smell good at least?
It smells real good.
It's
Tries
a
a
beef
bite.
belly.
You gonna try a bite, Connie?
Mm-hmm.
How?
Did they bring like cutlery out,
They
or
did
is
not.
it?
It's literally just a hot pocket, or what appears to be a hot pocket.
God damn it, Kit.
It's not. It's not a hot pocket. I'm just describing what it looks like for grates.
Pulls out a
Oh.
small dagger, cuts a piece off, and just
From what? From what point?
the closest point to.
So the end.
Yeah.
Okay. It appears to be breaded poultry.
Delicious. No.
Yeah.
Wait, isn't Wellington usually beef?
Yes.
Chicken Wellington?
That looks rather good.
Sort
Is it
of.
good?
We're calling it chicken Kalimshan.
You're good.
Hey.
I see.
But yeah, Connie will cut off a piece with her own dagger.
From
The same end brand. Brayden did.
okay, it a breaded chicken cutlet.
Nom, nom.
Pierce will conjure a fork and take
Yeah.
that.
So the halfling gets a little bit impatient. He says, "Try from the middle."
Yep,
Oh,
Pierce does
okay.
so.
Not, okay.
I mean, Lawrence would probably-
Sockham's the one holding it, and literally everyone's just yoinking it from him.
Lawrence would reach out for someone's blade because he doesn't have a dagger.
So you
Connie
cut,
already ate. She was just trying it.
you cut it from the middle, Pierce, and just like basically risotto, like stock covered rice with herbs, like spills out of the middle of the chicken.
That's impressive. Give him
Oh.
more plates of this. I think Sockham deserves another.
Yeah.
Funny you should ask. And the other four halflings come out, each one carrying a plate.
Oh.
Works.
Pierce
That's
will
a lot
just
of
take the
food.
plate out of Sockham's hand, give him another one.
Thank
Okay.
you. He's just gonna take a full bore bite of one he just got.
Make a Constitution saving throw.
So how much fire damage is this?
It's gonna be some.
Oh my god.
Okay, you're gonna take half of this.
Actual fire damage?
Yes,
Wait.
you're gonna take 1 point of fire damage as you bite into it, and your entire bare face, neck, and chest is covered in like boiling chicken risotto.
Oh, that's why it's fire damage.
Oh,
You okay, Sock?
Oh.
you got splash damage there.
Literal splash damage.
Wipes it off. That's really hot.
It's
You
just
did the thing where you get into a hot
fucking
pocket and bit
garlic
the shit.
herb butter covered.
Oh
like,
my god. It's that thing where you
like
heat up the
risotto.
hot pocket too long and you bite it and your tongue is singed so much you can't taste it.
Basically.
I'm sorry. Sock 'em. It's really hot, but really good. Takes another bite.
Make a fucking Constitution saving throw, boy!
Sock 'em just woke up. You expect anything less?
Okay, you're gonna take half of this. You're gonna take 2 more points of fire damage.
Am I gonna have to healing word you from a hot pocket?
You know, and I will.
My
I
god.
take it you approve of the recipe.
It's good. How'd you guys think of it?
They look at each other, and one of them just goes, "Research?"
I'm gonna insight this shit.
Go ahead.
I think I'm gonna let them have their secrets.
Seems legit, Sockum.
Okay.
So, Percival, what part of shifty look, internet did you think was truthful exactly?
Uh-huh.
Lord, have to
So which
insight to know
restaurant
that-
are you copying?
What?
Did you not hear me or did it come across?
No, he said what?
We don't serve anything quite like this. It's really good, but
Do you
It
really think we can go to Caprese on our salary? I mean, we didn't go anywhere. The other one, like, elbows him.
Come on,
Peeks out
guys.
behind Pierce. Who mentioned anything about
oh
Caprese?
god, I had a thought.
Guys.
Does Caprese have a legal protection over her food?
You don't know.
Rainier,
Hmm?
I have a question.
Rainier is, like, looking up from the plate of chicken risotto.
You're familiar.
Is it, am I going to finish this? The answer is yes.
No, it's. Are you familiar with laws around product protection?
He, like, puts the fork down, quietly wipes his mouth. Percival, if you're going to break the laws, you need to know them.
Fair do.
Are we gonna get in trouble because our cooks obviously stole recipes from Caprese?
Caprese doesn't serve anything like this, that's for certain.
Where
Well,
did you-
not entirely true.
And Lord's just giving them all a side eye, like, guys.
So, at one restaurant, Chef Wizard sells the filling, and at another restaurant, she sells the actual chicken. We just combine them.
That is genius.
That is, in fact, genius.
What's that? I don't know if that makes
Interesting.
it distinct enough, though.
Does that?
I
make it-
must say, you've at least pulled it off perfectly.
Mm-hmm.
Takes another bite.
Yeah, so the idea that I had, in case anybody's wondering, is it's basically chicken Kiev, which is battered chicken stuffed and rolled with herb butter.
Mhm.
It's also delicious. Just
And I
saying.
combine that with risotto, which is rice infused with cheese and usually chicken stock. So basically, you make the risotto first, but you cook it till it's just shy of where you want it. Then you stuff it in the chicken with the garlic or butter, and you basically make chicken Kiev with risotto in it. Is the idea that I have.
Interesting.
And you're not a cook, why?
I am. What are you talking about?
They are.
So,
Uh,
just
Fra-
saying, this is our next meal that's come from this
Let-
show. So
Let us know how it is, Trixcare.
let's try. No promises.
So regardless of, okay,
This is really, really good.
it is.
We
Are
don't
we-
want to. We don't want to piss off Rashal or Caprizu though, so maybe we should riff on it just a little bit.
Funny that you should say so. We were thinking about using a mushroom paste, but we wanted to see what you thought of it plain. Mushroom paste, for those of you who don't know, is used a lot in haute cuisine with beef dishes to keep beef moist while wrapped in filling. Most beef Wellington you've ever had will have a mushroom paste around it.
Interesting.
Also delicious, by the way.
The most important detail in all this is how is it going to differ from our current expenses for the ingredients?
They look at each other. Well, we
How
were
expensive is it to make this?
hoping you could increase our food budget.
How much are you guys thinking?
20%?
20?
How much are we actually offering them at the moment?
Don't look at me.
So
One of you has it written down.
So if we're increasing it by 20%, clips his little black belt off his little black book off his belt. That means I'm bad at math. Give me a second.
It means the halflings are planning something. What's this about? We were hoping to get a guide star.
Hey, what?
A what now?
yeah,
A guide
What's
star,
What's a guide star?
a Michelin star.
basically. Well, it's something devised by the Tourism Bureau. Where,
That would increase our business.
substantially.
Shouldn't we already get one of those because this is like a historical place, yada yada?
Yes, but that's a different category. We want to get it for the food. 1 star is, well, make sure it's part of your trip. 2 stars is go out of your way for it, and 3 stars it is the trip. Currently, there are only
yeah.
there are only 2 chefs in Waterdeep with 3 stars.
If you need an inn, you're not gonna come to us just on the merit of it's a historical place. You're more likely to go somewhere like the Yawning Portal because of the fact that the food there is also well and it's reputable.
Durnan's Biscuits have netted the Yawning Portal 1 star.
I need to work on my.
It's
recipe
also
stuff.
got the historical factor in it.
Which is a
Being
different
the-
category.
Which
What'll this do for the food prices themselves?
We don't set the prices.
Right, but if we're gonna,
Our
I'm
profit
right.
margins are roughly. Okay.
They're already substantial, and if we do this 20% increase, we'll have to do something around it.
I work retail. Hang on. So most items in a
Yep.
grocery store run about 30 to 40% profit.
Correct.
I'm not sure if that's higher in fast food and restaurants.
It is
I think
much,
it is.
much lower in fast food, actually.
Lower in fast food? Okay.
Yeah, the most profitable item in any fast food restaurant is the ice machine.
Wow.
No,
Wait, really?
they aren't joking. That
Huh.
is actually fact.
I never thought about that.
Interesting. Well, we'll have to bump our prices a bit because our roof is not that high as it is compared to our cost.
Of course, we don't want to bump it too much, or then the locals couldn't afford it.
We're already quite low compared to some of the other places around.
A small bump would probably.
We can't
cost-
ride your fame forever.
At least not a. It certainly won't last us until Rashal's next book.
A small bump would cover the extra cost, no problem.
So we thought, why not try for a guide star? Or two?
Alright, when do they send their representative? Do you know?
We'll never know.
What, do they just show up unannounced?
They keep it very hush-hush that they even work for them, yes?
Correct. It'll simply be published in the travel guide.
I don't see why we wouldn't do it. Let's go for it.
Agreed.
This is just one dish of several that we were hoping to tempt you with.
Aye, as long as you aren't directly copying another restaurant's dish.
So long as we're not pissing them off, I think this could be quite the venture.
Because while yes, we're technically a competitor, we're not competing with Caprese.
We want to be friendly rivals, not enemies.
Sure. What about Fragieri?
What?
I swear to God, Bard!
Okay, what's a gyri and how do you fry it?
Oh, that's so bad! No!
For the halfling that doesn't understand, what is that?
Guy Fieri.
Oh, Guy Fieri. Okay.
Fuck you, Bard.
There, Johnny.
Oh!
I thought it was some sort of French dish. I was racking my brain, like, what the fuck is that?
No, you were like, we don't want to piss off Caprese, we like her, and so the halfling was like, what about Fragieri?
Is there any? Okay, serious question. Is there anyone like them that people are really kind of indifferent on? That if we accidentally piss them off, they won't,
Who's the Bobby Flay of the cooking world?
Oh my God.
We
Of the
got
Water Davian cooking world.
off.
Oh,
I didn't want to say it.
Damage from that fuck.
I didn't want to say it, but thank you, Gracie.
Look, Fragieri is a Forgotten Realms ass name. Come on now.
It absolutely is.
It really is.
It is, but go fuck yourself.
The question is, who's the favorite in Bobby Flay so we can actively piss them off?
See, that's the thing. I was gonna make it Fragieri.
Oh,
I was gonna
But
make
yeah.
this dude show up a couple times.
But Guy Fieri is actually a pretty cool dude.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. I'm not gonna put Bobby Flay in my games, Perchmila. Come on now.
Fair enough.
Alright,
By the way, that is a teaser for our New Year's game. By the way,
what's your wait?
it's Caprese Wizard versus Fragieri.
Oh my God!
Jesus Christ.
I think he's direct.
No,
I think
it's Fragieri. Come on.
Wait,
Delta.
I think that person you just mentioned literally bought a building across the street from one of Caprese's stores.
The dick, right?
A bit.
So, are they a friend of yours, or?
Tracy is,
And
Well,
if
yes.
they're,
but
if they're,
as for Gieri, not so much.
Go ham.
Just don't get us sued, but go ham.
Yeah, be a
don't-
little subtle about it, but
don't get us in legal trouble, and we won't have a problem.
Perfect. The halflings scatter back into the kitchen.
Connie
We'll
takes
have
another bite
another
of the
dish for
Wellington.
you come lunchtime.
Alright.
Oh, while you guys are at it, can you get a turkey sandwich ready? And just set it to the side for a bit.
Halfling pokes his head in the service window. It's turkey sandwich or turkey club?
Who asked for a turkey sandwich?
Tula.
Tula.
It's not lunchtime yet. It's only 10.
Right,
This is
I'm
like
just
noon or 1, so
yeah, I'm just when you guys get a chance,
Turkey sandwich or turkey club?
I don't know, whatever a wizard would like better.
Looks at Piers.
Oh, fuck.
Better question be what would this specific
feel like-
wizard would like, because
I feel like Pierce would say, we're not, like, okay, I get it, wizards are a group of people, it's not like we have, like, not all of us have the same preferences.
Yes, but there's not an elf in this room, so you're the next best thing.
I mean, she did say sandwich, I would just stick with sandwich.
Okay.
Are you asking because you've got some fancy recipe ready for a club?
I wouldn't say it's fancy, but we do have a separate recipe, yes.
Let's see how she likes that. If it's, not her cup of tea, make her a sandwich.
A club is a sandwich, it's just got more things on it.
Well, yeah,
if she doesn't like the cub, Sock will eat it in both senses.
Speaking of which, I don't suppose, sorry, I get the twins confused. The hunter,
Rock?
I don't suppose he's bringing back a boar.
No, I don't believe so.
Don't think he went out hunting for that.
Could I trouble someone? Never mind. Phineas! Link tops out of the window.
God, there are just some things that take a little bit too much willpower.
If I knew which way he went, I could send a bird after him, but...
Outside the
just-
city, I assume.
Please
Just-
tell me one of those halflings are called Ferb.
I was gonna say,
I was going to say the same thing.
I damn near shouted Ferb.
We are all
I
nerds,
know.
and I love it.
I know what we're gonna do today.
Deal some
Anyway.
recipes.
We're gonna rip off Fraggy Aries, what we're gonna do today.
Anyway,
Fuck yeah.
Connie, Brayden.
Yep.
We're going
Wait.
upstairs, right?
Yep.
For Tula, yeah.
Elves don't sleep. They trance. She's probably up there, awake. Pierce will go upstairs. Does she need to be there for the conversation, or do we need to just tell her what we're doing?
I mean, we should tell her, but I don't know if she wants to be woken up for that specifically.
More tell her, like, after they spiel.
Yeah, we'll let her sleep and tell her when she wakes up.
Okay, well, let's go upstairs then. Pierce will
So
Go
who
up.
is going upstairs? Brayton, Connie, Pierce.
Someone has to watch the bar.
Not necessarily.
No,
Oh,
yeah,
we
bring
do have
your
Leaf.
halfling and the leaf.
Yeah, we have the halflings, we have Leaf, and I'm pretty sure Rainier's still kicking around.
Correct.
Yeah, Lawrence will go up then.
Okay. So the NightLites are going upstairs. Da 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 da. Ah, you're all in your conference room.
Cool. So the good news is we have a plan. The better news is we have a where and a when. The bad news is it's going to suck for Tula. Also, we had to get Dashin involved.
So, what do
I
we have
mean,
to
is it
talk-
going to suck any more than it currently is for her?
Fair,
I mean,
But
possibly on the
considering what
levels
Ro-
of Sockham.
considering what Sock went through, it's probably going to suck along those lines.
So, what did we
So
have to
about that bad.
promise?
I'm more interested in the procedure. We can fulfill most any promise.
Yeah, probably not going to like it, Pierce. Gonna be honest.
Anything,
I like
if it's it.
our childhood friend and inspiration dying a lot less, so let's
You
hear
know
it.
what? That's fair.
If it's
Well,
anything
to
like...
put it, go on.
Ah, that's cool.
No, what were you saying, Gamsey? Go ahead.
Already said it's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, to put it bluntly, it involves pretty much ripping the soul of the larva out, sticking it in a soulstone.
And then
I'm
s-
much... Okay.
It's more what comes after that is what's going to suck. pretty much
I was
the
worried
body
that you
get
were
rid
going.
of.
I was worried that you were going to say something along the lines of kill her and bring her back.
Oh god, no. Hopefully it doesn't come to that.
Yeah.
Not even a guarantee that would work.
Absolutely not. Like, there's no telling what hold it would have on her even after death.
Anything's better than Tristan's solution.
Fair.
True. That solution
Wait,
being
what?
apparently.
Was Tristan's solution?
Well, if
Breaking
his,
into the black stuff.
well,
I was about to say bullshit and hope it never comes to that.
yeah. I was gonna say, it's his plan is, well, put more realistically. Oh,
Pray to God the black stuff has something, and if not, he
Kill
fails.
and if she doesn't kill Tula,
I get that he's technically my dad, but he's a fuck sometimes, Connie.
I know. I know. Trust me, I know.
So, how are we going to rip the soul of the illithid out? Dashin can do it, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, he knows the procedure.
He knows the
What
procedure and he
is
has the
the
equipment
procedure?
he needs. I don't actually know, but I have a feeling that I'll find out in the next few days.
Was it not?
Speaking of which, he
did
said to send Tula there to the fountain in the next few days.
Wait, how did you find out about? You stopped Tristan and went straight to Davari?
No, I had the idea of getting help from the elephant that we killed in the
Well,
Dragon
specifically Jarlaxle.
Jarlaxle.
You
Given the fact
wait,
that he was in the Underdark and like probably knows a bit about it.
wait,
Completely forgot about the elephant that we
Died.
killed in there.
he died. Wait, you don't have to speak with
Looks at the
Ditko,
bird.
do you?
Looks at the bird. Remember the whole thing about the Raven Queen as memories? Managed to tap into that.
I see. And the illithid told you to do what?
Pretty much rip the soul
Rip out
of
its soul and stick it in a soul stone.
I'm sorry, a soul stone.
Yes.
There were some of those in the
let me
castle
guess.
in Amare.
Let me
Yeah.
guess. Dashin's already got one.
Yes,
That was gonna be my
actually.
next question.
Yeah, it's a slight pained look. Yeah.
Somehow, I'm not surprised.
I mean, he is a necromancer.
You're not going to. I understand your source of magic, Brayden. That's not going to be a problem, is it?
We've already had that conversation and looks at bird. Hopefully not.
Couldn't you try contacting your boss lady and find out for sure?
I mean, I asked the bird and I got no response.
Yeah,
Surely better ways to contact them than just ask the bird.
Every way I've been contacted so far is through the bird.
have you tried like meditation? Serious question.
I could send you on a trip if you want.
No, last time you sent them to the afterlife point at Stockholm.
Connie probably says that, and there's probably an unison. No!
From her face, you can very much tell she was joking, but
Yeah, last time we done
Never
that,
know,
we
it
let her
could be
go.
worth it. I mean, you've kind of already got that handled. The problem is not letting the god into your head to speak with them,
Exactly.
which you haven't done. Anyway, Pierce goes to stand. I'll go get her and see if we can bring her in. If she's still asleep, I'll let her lie.
right.
Pierce,
Turns
do you
his head.
mind Do you mind if I do it? I got something I want to talk to them about just in case.
Is there any reason we both can't go?
No, but well, it's easiest for a story writer to get someone's story when it's one-on-one. To ask permission, I should say.
Just in case the procedure doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
That's fair.
Well, we need to inform her of the procedure first.
I was gonna ask other. Sorry, I am exhausted. I'm still trying to put myself together. I am completely putting things out of order of operations.
That's fine. If you want to get that from her after we tell her, that'd probably be the best. Probably ease some of her worries.
I don't know if she's got an afterlife of choice, but if I've got her story, chances are better than not she'll... And he, like, points up. She'll end up among the stars. I think. I'm still trying to figure out how my job as a skald works.
What do I know about that? Just like as a learned person.
Make a religion check. How have you never done this?
Because it's nightfall.
Valid. You have 3 questions about Goliath religion. Use them
Okay.
well.
Okay, Goliath religion. What importance do the stars and stories have related to the afterlife?
Good question. As long as you are remembered, your soul does not fade. End of sentence.
Interesting. Okay.
So the stories passed down, the stars, and the stories associated with those stars, like, there was a reason not everybody in Valorhome was equally corporeal.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Jara leading the hunt, like, young and vibrant as she always was, like, that's because
She's one of the more important ones.
You go up to the north and you go, "Who's Jara?" and somebody throws you out a window. Like,
Who's Jara? You're in the river.
basically, whereas
Jara, who's Jara? You gonna learn today.
whereas like Trin was like 6, and she only mattered to her family, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, she managed to go to Valorhome because she had a glorious death, but nobody really knows Trin, and so she was fading away until Shock showed up. Like, it's a very slow process, but the souls are aware of it, which is why
the souls are important.
Torvald and Sigrid freaked out when Rockham said, "Who's Eric?" Like,
Yep, that tracks.
so there's your first question.
That's a really good first question.
Yes, it is.
I know the answer to this, but this is for Pierce's knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
What exactly is a Skald's job and how do they accomplish it?
Like, in general, or as it pertains to Salcom? Because Salcom has divine purpose.
Oh, okay. That's not pressure.
You know this! Snorri told you! Motherfucker!
I said I'm not smart, okay?
If I say both, it's gonna take both questions.
Yeah.
Let's do general.
A skull's purpose is to share those stories. Somebody does something cool, you write about it so that it's easier for people to remember. Case in point, in Vom, during the dragon attack, there was a shitload of Goliaths sitting around Amma's cook tent writing the story of the dragon attack.
Yep. If someone is completely forgotten, but say pieces of writing about them are discovered,
Then they're not completely forgotten.
okay.
It is tied to the ability to be remembered. If that ability is gone, they are gone.
So, okay.
So just the fact that Sockham has the people he's already talked to written down in his little books is already doing his job?
That's why Trin was not completely gone. Nobody knows Trin. Like, you could go up, you could ask anybody, any Goliath in the North, who is Trin Fireheart? They'd be like, fucking who? But something exists, probably the site of the fire, and therefore Trin didn't fade away completely.
So if it is possible at all
to be remembered, the soul is not faded. Yes, it can wax and wane, but it will not disappear until there is no way for it to be remembered.
So the ultimate death for a soul is to wipe out
in Valorhome.
In Valorhome, the ultimate death of a soul is to wipe out every remnant of it.
Correct.
Legitimately terrifying. Disappearing someone to the extreme.
It gives a lot of faith. It probably makes dying less scary.
Show me a Goliath that's afraid of death. Show me a Goliath that's afraid of death.
Exactly.
Like,
it makes death so much less scary because you live on forever.
Yeah.
If you do amazing things.
There's a reason when the Frostworm attacked, the only people who ran were people with kids.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else was like, yeah! Jumps on it.
Like, I specifically said it was new families and people with kids. That was it. Everybody else was in there.
How about the Viking roar?
Yeah, pretty much. I think Pierce gives Sockham a nod. We'll make sure that her story is written down. Even if it doesn't come from her. If there's something to be remembered. He pauses.
I need to clarify something that I said. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I did say, like, the people with kids were running. I did say the elderly were running too. To clarify, that was to make room.
Yeah. I think Pierce pauses.
The only people who panicked were the ones with kids. Go on. Oh, that's another point. I'm going to give you this one for free, Nightfall.
Okay.
You kill a Goliath kid, you are hunted to the ends of the earth.
Noted.
Like,
because they haven't got a chance to make their story yet.
Correct. You kill a Goliath kid, like, that clan will hunt you down and salt your fucking fields. Like... You want to talk about being stricken from every record? Kill a Goliath child, like.
Watch how fast that clan will go out of its way to disappear your existence.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. Like, fuck your ancestors to the 18th generation. Like.
Dishonor on you, dishonor on your family.
Yes.
Do you know who this person is? Yeah, I went to high school with that.
No,
Goodbye.
you didn't. Basically.
No, you didn't.
Just Tekken style, throw them off a cliff.
Do not kill a Goliath child. Just don't do it.
Yeah, that's the antithesis of it's a shame no one will remember you.
Yeah, basically.
It's a shame people remember your ass.
Yup.
Oh. And the
Your
sad
memory
part
isn't
about
worth the
that
space in my
is,
brain.
the worst part about that is, as long as they remember that hatred for you, you still live on.
Yeah, you still are. Where does your ass go? Your ass
'Cause
goes to
nobody-
Valorhome. What is the first thing they fucking ask you when you roll up to Valorhome?
What are you remembered for?
Yup.
Killing your kid.
Oh, fucking kick your ass in Valorhome.
Kick your ass nothing. They'll hang you from the bear statue. Like,
Yeah. Oh.
you
Remember?
want
No,
to talk
it's-
about eternal torment, motherfucker?
I got a sentence for you. Remember them so they'll pay for their sins.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Cool.
It's
Some-
two phrases you hear at Goliath funerals, depending on what it is. It's "Hail the victorious dead" or "Don't let them fade,"
Cool.
which is equal parts a blessing if it's somebody that you like and a threat if it's someone you don't.
Oh boy.
I will carry your memory to a dying Goliath as either like "I got you, brother" or "fuck you." Like,
It
So,
just depends on the context.
it depends
a lot.
on the context. Yes.
so who is expecting a giant Vomlord dump in the middle of ATW?
Huh.
I mean, it's relevant to the twins.
It is.
This is actually really useful for Sockham.
No points from me.
Which is also why that capitalism guy stayed around.
Oh yeah, that asshole.
He got murdered. He got poisoned. Like,
Yeah.
He's still around because
so-called-
his money was successful.
his claim to fame, quote unquote, was gold money,
yep.
and the dwarves kind of just
Ran with it.
this is good. We're gonna make guitars.
Yeah, basically. So,
And whether they like it or not, that's letting him live on forever.
yep. Which is why.
He was one of the most corporeal ones of the people he Sockham talked to.
Correct.
That's
Sockham.
so good. Oh my god.
Sockham. Regardless of what happens, you need to tell Rashal that in his next book, thing, whatever I saw him writing something else. That needs to be in it. Tula needs to be in it. Hell,
Ah.
Derek, Tula, Tristan, all of them.
I'm actually planning to talk to Rashal about getting a songbook published at some point.
I think Pierce nods.
So
You
far,
should
I've
totally
got-
call it Voices of the Mountain.
Fuck you, Bard. No. Oh.
So I really want to do a scene with Tula. Are we good to go a little long?
I'm
Yeah.
good.
Cool.
And like Pierce like nods. Come on, Sockham. And he'll start walking towards her door.
Yep. You exit the boardroom. You head up the hall to Tula's room.
Oh.
Can you make a charisma saving throw, Pierce?
I sure can. Is it mind altering?
It's not
like
magical.
mind effect? Not mind effect. Okay,
it's not magical.
Okay, my effect says like.
Oh.
Yeah, no. This is
It's-
nothing. This is like. Oh, perfect. This is like deep magic. This is like. When I say that, I don't mean like this is a powerful spell. I mean this is deep magic. Like, please, is deep magic.
Oh.
Oh.
Yeah.
no.
So Pierce.
It's just as much a social pressure as it is literal magic.
Yes. So
it's,
Pierce,
it's on the same tier as mom magic.
yes. So you go to knock on the door and you hesitate. Like you can't do it.
What are you doing, PS?
I don't know.
Knock on the door like this.
Yeah.
He steps back and lets him.
Yeah, you knock on the door, and after a couple seconds, you hear like very light rustling, and then the door just cracks slightly. And yeah, you see like Tula, like a sliver of Tula, like standing in the doorway.
Hi, Tula.
Hey, could we talk in our office area if you have a moment?
Regarding?
A solution.
We managed to find a way.
Maybe.
I need a moment.
Just nods.
You hear the door close again. Some more light rustling. You, Pierce, you notice this, I think, a little bit more than Salcom does. You hear the telltale whoosh of magic being cast behind the door. And then a few minutes later, looking considerably more put together, like the door opens and Tula's like leaning on her like metal staff.
It's this way. Start walking towards the.
Yeah, you turn your back and Tula like falls into step like behind you, beside Salcom. And Salk, you don't have to make a roll. You notice that she keeps looking over at you, not like full head turn, because she's an elf, but like very often you see that her eyes are turned in your direction while she's following Piers. You also note that she's like using the staff to walk.
Quietly as Sokam can manage, he's like, you alright? Magic do any good for you? Healing?
My body is being invaded. How do you think I am?
Probably a little bit louder than necessary. Trust me, I know the feeling.
I heard it was your soul, not your body.
Oh, okay, but when you're like us, it's a little bit both. You know what I mean?
I know you can't read your history. Steps into the office with Piers.
Wait, what?
That was cold.
Wait.
Ouch.
It's like following in. Wait, what does that mean?
Your markings. You can't read them.
Looks down at his tattoos. These can be read?
God fucking damn it.
Good morning, Lawrence. Constance.
Morning, Tula.
Morning.
Sokam just got like fucking lore dumped. Like, hold up, what?
Like what? I can read my own story?
It was a lore slap is what it was.
Tula like sits down in a chair and like puts the staff against the table beside her. I heard there was a solution.
Yes. The good news is we have a plan, and the bad news is it's going to suck. Still not as much as turning into, but it's still going to suck.
You say turning into, and she like flicks her eyes towards you. Her like she's an elf. Her gaze hurts.
Yep. That's why she didn't say it out loud.
So your father has a solution then?
No.
What do you
Tristan
mean,
is
no?
a dumbass and needs slapped.
Who speaks Elvish in this room?
I do.
Pierce.
Only Nightfall.
Okay, so Piers in High Elvish, which like the way she says it is like swearing in French. She just goes, "That man."
Oh, so in the tone of merde.
Basically.
I'm surprised she didn't use a stronger word than man.
She did. It was an Elvish suffix. Literally, she said that man. What she probably said more colloquially was bastard.
Listen,
That man. Derogatory.
Yes.
we're listed as a for mature audiences show. We're not mature enough for that. We're not a mature enough audience for that word.
That man. Parentheses. Motherfucker.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
That man parentheses Tristan.
Derogatory.
He's been around long enough that he's got his own Elvish word.
Yes.
Oh my god, Tristan derogatory.
Tristan derogatory.
What was kid's name for the week?
Yeah.
Yup. Although Chad asked me to change my name to Frigieri. Anyway,
Yeah, boy.
so she sighs.
However, he did help us find the solution, like looking directly at Connie.
So, what's going to happen is, sorry, out of character. What's the place called? Something Fountain.
The
something,
Brotherhood of the
brother-
Fountain of Life.
Brotherhood of the Fountain of Life. So she's going to say, "Have you heard of the Brotherhood of the Fountain of Life?"
Yes, there was a representative at Candlekeep some time ago. A man by the name of Devare.
Funnily enough, he's going to be helping us out with this.
He's in the city.
He is.
Yeah.
He's
Sure,
currently
okay.
at there's a hospital, for lack of a better word.
You do not
That
know the
is
word
insane.
hospital.
No, like, well, I don't know the better word for it.
It's
For
a treatment facility.
There you go.
a treatment facility in which ward was it? I
The
can't remember the name of the
Temple
ward.
District.
In the Temple District.
She's nodding
He's been-
along, like completely unreadable. Like her hands are folded. She's nodding along, but like you cannot read her face.
She's an elf.
She's an elf. She's a high elf. Like yeah.
Like,
Funnily enough, he's the one that helped Sockham.
That's right. He's the one that did my operation.
Did a good job of it too.
Mm-hmm.
So she says the same thing twice. She says it in Elvish first, and then she says it. She corrects herself, says it in Common. But Pierce, you hear her both times. She says,
And the catch?
The catch is it's going to hurt probably a lot.
The way you
From what-
feel now,
From what Connie was telling me, the hard part's gonna be passing its remains.
Yeah.
I will need privacy.
You'll have
That
it.
means I cannot have you knocking on my door in the middle of the night.
Naturally.
If I require assistance,
I mean, if it will make things.
What?
Hey,
I was going to say, if it will make things easier, I can clear my stuff out of the penthouse. Say penthouse, the tower.
If I require assistance, I will call for you.
she's looking at Connie when she says that.
Naturally. It's also entirely possible you'll end up staying the night at the Brotherhood of the Fountain, but I don't actually know what the plan is.
another thing about it.
in a few days, I believe, we'll be going, right, Connie?
Yeah, he said it's sometime in the next few days, and to send someone ahead.
The major fact of the matter is, if it's anything like what I went through, it is going to suck. It is going to be awful, 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 and I mean this as politely as possible, Tula. You're not nearly as hardy as I am.
So she like takes a deep breath and like closes her eyes and looks down for a minute, and then there's a beat in the background music, and she opens her eyes on that beat, and she says,
I'm not certain we have a few days.
but she doesn't move her mouth.
Oh, that's lovely.
Oh
dear.
crap!
So we need to speed things along.
All right. I guess we're going to.
Brain turns to Connie. So about sending someone ahead.
Yeah, do you want to go, or should I?
I think I'm
shit.
fast.
You are faster. Ah, fuck.
Before anyone else says anything, I'm gone.
And Lawrence is already heading for the door. I'll call a carriage.
I was going to suggest grabbing the chicken
Why?
sandwich, but that's probably not the best idea, actually.
And Lawrence.
Do you care if I ask how you know,
You asking are you asking Tula?
Tula?
I couldn't do that last week.
Wait, what?
Psychic.
Did you miss the detail of her saying something but her mouth not moving?
Oh,
Hi, Nightfall. Keep up.
Fuck.
Hi,
There it is.
Nightfall. Keep up.
Hi, I'm here.
Nightfall,
Ah.
buddy, my friend.
Welcome back, Nightfall.
Let. Yeah. Let's move the schedule along then.
Yeah.
Up at carriage, yes?
Mhm.
Right. I'll call
Carriage it is.
Oh. On that note, there is also the chance he's like looking at Pierce as he's
Would I have
saying.
had the time to put a spell in my book? No, it depends on the level of the spell and how many hours it takes.
Oh, you talked to Salcom and went to bed.
Yeah, that's fair. I still haven't learned that spell sending yet.
So, Salk, I did hear what you were saying. I think Tula, like, turns her eyes to you without moving her head, and she says,
In regards to both questions, ask Tristan.
Which questions?
you say that, and she winces slightly, and she says,
I couldn't do that last week either.
Yeah, definitely calling that carriage.
Yeah, let's go. Now.
Lawrence, you can hear
Panic stations.
bumping down the stairs.
Yeah,
Brayton's already out, dude. Brayton ran ahead of you.
Got a little bit ahead.
I'm gone.
Got a little bit ahead of my my words.
Brayden left before, Lawrence mentioned get in the carriage, so.
I guess Braden's the one we're sending ahead. Come on, everybody, let's go.
Moving
Yeah.
along.
Tula, like, pulls herself up, leaning on her staff. She says,
I do not require escort.
Hey, what? Wait, what?
I said, I do not require an escort.
Oh,
Are you
You
going to teleport
going alone?
there?
No, I intend to take the carriage that Lawrence is calling.
All due respect, Tula.
At the
He's
very
probably gonna.
least, Connie should go.
Yeah. Duvar is probably gonna ask me to assist anyway, so I should go too. I realize you probably don't want company right now, but I insist.
And I insist that you do not know me as well as you think that you do.
I don't like where this is going.
I've got
I am uncomfortable being... How do I put this? None of you have earned the right. Tristan barely has.
what right?
If I am to be indisposed, I shall do so amongst specific conditions. It's a matter
Okay.
of propriety.
I follow.
Call it modesty.
Would it be better if there were separate carriages? Or
I will request the Archmage not to request your assistance, Constance.
I want an insight check. Like,
ahead.
what's she up to?
Oh, ew.
feel free. Anybody who wants to
Yeah.
can.
Lawrence isn't in there, so.
Yeah, valid. Waiting on you, Pierce.
I'm rolling it.
Okay. So, Salk. Elves are fucking hard to read, just in general. Yeah, Pierce, she's she's not being fully forthcoming, but it could be for any number of reasons. Connie, what do you know about High Elves?
I don't know what she knows specifically. I know how you like to play your elves, but I don't know how much contact Connie has had with High Elves specifically.
Okay, fair. With that roll, it's probably modesty. But you don't know enough about elven culture to know if it's more than that or not.
Okay. If you're
Card list of
worried about modesty, I assure you I wouldn't say I'm as put together as the director is, the doctor is, but I assure you there's
I'm not
no issue for me.
100% sure that's the only reason.
I appreciate being housed here, and your assistance in procuring treatment, and privacy during the recovery. However, at this juncture, your tasks are concluded. I insist.
My task is to see my patient through to their recovery.
I am not your patient. And if this would be
Okay.
contention, I won't be.
Okay, then try this one. My task is to make sure people aren't forgotten, and if someone doesn't have to worry about that, it's my job to make sure they don't have to.
Ask Tristan.
Are you sure he knows everything you want to be remembered for?
He knows everything I'm willing to tell you.
Hmm.
She sighs. I met you once in your youth, and again yesterday. I do not think it's untoward to say that I am not comfortable with private matters in your presence.
That is fair.
Connie's just real quiet.
I can respect that. However, I do have to call attention to the fact that despite meeting you only once, twice, counting yesterday, we still did our best to find a solution.
And I have offered you proper gratitude. I agree that this matter is urgent, and I shall depart presently. I disagree that you have earned the right to accompany me, or to be involved any further than what is necessary for my recovery.
And I think Pierce gives Connie a look like we're not gonna win this
Yeah,
one.
Connie's already kind of like resigned, like, yeah, she's just gonna go.
Hey,
And you're welcome to be on your way. I'll pay for the carriage if you need it.
She manages a smile.
I do not believe that will be necessary. I will likely require assistance upon my return.
Naturally.
pushes herself up with the staff a little bit more and starts to walk out. She pauses, looks over her shoulder. I meant it, Sockham. Tristan can read them. She heads downstairs to where Lawrence has caught a carriage and disappears.
So about that calling a carriage thing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna give her a short head start just so she doesn't see the big poof. And then I'm gonna be a mastiff and follow her.
Why a dog? A bird would be.
I can't be a bird till next level. And also, if I lose her, I can try and sniff her out. Which is gonna be hard in a city, but it's better than nothing.
I mean, fair.
I could send my bird after her.
Also, lose her. You know where she's going!
Yes, but also elephant.
I know where she's going, but also she's infected by an illithid, and I don't know if that's affecting her pattern of thinking yet.
Fair. Fair.
I mainly want to make sure she gets there without trouble.
So...
If she doesn't want me involved in the operation, that's fine. I just want to make sure there's nothing fucky happening.
Alright. Fair dues.
Before you do that, are you okay, Connie?
Yeah.
You seem hurt. Like, not physically, but I don't think you've ever been rejected by someone you cared for like that.
I realize there are some patients you can't save. I guess I'm just not used to patients not wanting to be saved. Not by... I mean, she clearly does, but like...
Elves are finicky.
There's a knock on the door to the like, room.
Checks it.
Yeah, like, Tristan's leaning on the door frame.
He did. And Connie's already leaving.
Oh, whoa, where are you off to?
Making sure she gets there, okay?
Good on you, Dove. What's the matter?
She wanted to go alone. I just want to make sure she gets there, okay?
That's not what I asked you.
I don't know, something... There's something off about her, and I don't just mean the tentacle face gesture.
Like,
What does a tentacle face gesture look like?
You put your hand under your chin like a turkey and wiggle your fingers?
Like, have you ever seen Grant Imahara do his impression of Jamie?
Yep.
That.
Rest in peace, Grant.
Agreed.
Uh-huh.
I just want to make sure she's okay. That's all.
If you want something to follow her, I can send my bird.
Do you have reason to believe she's not alright?
A second ago, she was talking without talking and seemed to know what Sock was about to ask, so I'm just gonna... Makes a little running
yes.
gesture with her fingers and then turns...
Certainly, but... You're distraught. And your brother ran out of here like a bat out of hells.
Lawrence is coming back up to rejoin everyone else right about now.
I'm not
Just
saying
because
don't go with her. I'm just saying you're not yourself, and if there's something I can do.
I'm okay.
I understand that you see yourself as a healer.
Percival,
Yes.
I don't think this is so much that as it is her taking after her father. Let her go.
I wasn't finished, but okay.
She quirks an eyebrow at that comment.
So...
Which comment?
like Tristan like gives you a hug, and in Infernal, in your ear, Connie,
Mhm.
he says, "I know what it is to have to make certain they get away from the dragon."
And she like nods at that and just like scoots off if he'll let her.
Yeah.
Cool.
Pierce will
And
like
the
sit
more
down in one of the
inside
chairs in
steps.
the office.
So Tristan like comes into the office with Lawrence and Salcombe and Pierce, and he says, "So, do I get to call you son yet?"
How long were you standing at that door listening?
How long didn't you notice me?
Don't stop dodging my question.
My friend is sick. My daughter is distraught. Why wouldn't I be paying attention?
Fair
Also,
dues.
Mert never showed up, so...
I
Take that as a
mean,
small win.
yeah, that's a win. For sure.
No, it's not. If Mert didn't show up, that means he's dealing with something else, and if he's dealing with something else that take precedent over the bullshit we've pulled,
Bingo.
So we get to worry about something else.
You're getting good at
Goody.
this, Salcombe.
you deal with the old goat long enough, you start learning his tricks.
It's politics in general for you, really. But the fact that
So
I
there's a-
haven't heard anything means they're either keeping it from me, or it's about me.
And so there's a bigger dragon in the politics of the city.
Isn't there always? Like, spins the chair backwards. Speaking of which, where's your brother?
Outside of the city.
Why?
That's
Rainier
supposed-
got hurt and Rock went looking.
Or what? Rainer can handle
Whatever.
himself.
Rainier
considering that
came
damn
back
thing
with a-
kicked his ass.
Rainier came back with 3 claw marks and a petrified wound. From what
Petrified.
I was told.
At that.
What, a Gorgon?
Something draconic.
Dracon... No, Gorgons are... They're fiends.
No, he said it was draconic. And it lines up almost too perfectly with the Archmage telling me to be on the lookout for something along the lines of Dragonkin.
I think Salcombe puts his hand to like one of the bear paws on his chest.
No, first of all, that doesn't make any sense. Dragonkin don't... They wield the elements, not petrification.
He's
That's a
just
I'm
spell.
aware. I'm
Dire,
aware.
Pierce. Dire Dragonborn? Something like that.
He pulls
did-
out the book.
You can't
How
just
did-
stack
he said it was
words
bigger than
together like
thought.
that.
How did
This-
Blackstaff describe them?
This book, he like flips the page that was bookmarked, describes Dragon Ken in this. Originally, it was thought that it was like kobolds and dragonborn and the like. No, this is something different. Not half dragons,
This is-
not kobolds, not dragonborn.
Tristan is ticking off of his fingers.
This is something old.
What else
This
is
is
there?
something
Wyverns?
bad.
Drakes?
No.
It's not
This
them.
is-
It's bipedal.
Bipedal? That's a half-dragon, clearly.
No,
Snorri was talking about this.
What? Is that a friend of yours that I haven't met yet?
Derek. Actually, Derek. While we were downstairs.
went
No,
after
wait. I
Rock.
wasn't there for that. That y'all would have to mention that. I wasn't there for that.
Derek went after Rock.
No,
Derek
you guys
is-
were there for the conversation, and Derek mentioned something.
Tristan
Tri-
pokes his head up. Derek was concerned about this.
Apparently,
Lawrence was there for the conversation when Derek mentioned it. Sock and I were not. So
he was
Lawrence has to
really-
bring it up.
Yeah, and he was really concerned about Rainier's wounds, and when we explained that the petrification factor.
Start
Yeah,
from the beginning. Wait. Gideon, Derek, was concerned enough about this to act.
Yes.
I would be too. These things are clearing people out of the north.
What?
There's
What?
there's been a noticeable increase in the population in Valahome. Significant, dramatic. Snorri described them as dire kobolds. Not quite dragonborn. That's what he calls dragonborn dire kobolds. But
So a tier above them.
yes.
You're describing half dragons.
That's he thinks
No, the Archmage said
half-dragons.
these were specifically not half dragons.
Snorri said half-dragons are something different altogether. From what these people are saying, from what he said, those people are saying, these things are... they're borderline abominable. This isn't something new. I don't think this is something new. I think this is something
Here's-
old.
Pauses. What if they are smarter? What if that petrification wasn't an ability but a poison?
There's certainly poisons
A
that
poison
can do
on their
that.
claws.
An
That would make
extract
sense.
of basilisk would do it.
That would make...
He did mention that Rainier mentioned the one that he ran into was apparently wearing mithril.
How it's easy to spot. Just look for something glowing white by the light of the moon. Present company excluded, of course, Lawrence.
This is a dumb question. What
Yeah?
was the moon phase when Rainier was out there?
None of you checked. But a full moon was a couple of days ago, because of your thing.
Right.
So probably like a waning gibbous.
Probably.
If these things are smarter, and they are something akin to, let's say, lesser dragons equal half dragons.
All right.
If they are smarter, and people are being petrified, it would make sense they'd be using this poison because they're trying to cover their tracks. They're trying to do damage where they can before it...
Wait, they
This
were on
wasn't
the
a-
outside of the... Wait,
This was an intelligent attack.
wait, what? What about... The Archmage said that these were... She got reports from stuff like farmers and travelers.
People
What if
that are,
they're-
people are being wiped out of the north.
if it was outside of the fields, if they're intelligent, they're trying to wipe out the fields.
This is a prelude to war.
You know,
I was going to
food?
say it sounds like scouts for an army.
Cutting off food supply?
Oh, we would
It's
see it if they
possi-
were trying to cut off the food supply.
one
No,
worked
if
the fields.
No, they're... It's not
If-
necessarily a prelude to war, but it is certainly a beast throwing itself against the walls of its cage. Which would mean a newcomer. Or something recently awakened.
Something in the
Fierce
north.
causes.
Like
What about
Tiamat.
What about something coming back?
Meaning what, Percival?
These are draconic in nature.
We don't know that.
Think of
There's been
okay, even if we don't know for sure, what
When
about
a-
speculation? A lot of signs are pointing to dragon.
We can't
Kin,
point to speculation.
itch.
There are people who say I look draconic.
Tristan.
I'm simply
I
saying we don't know what these are.
Tristan, I respect you. You are my senior in my trade. Understand, as one who has spoken to the emissary, the avatar of a religious figure of my people, who has heard word from those killed by these. They're draconic. There's no getting around it.
You will forgive me, Salcom. Your people are prone to drink. You yourself receive these visions whilst inebriated. Likewise, peasantry are not to be counted on for perfect testimony.
What about Rainier then?
Yes, however, testimony came from several different points along the Sword Coast, all of them pointing to the exact same thing.
All of them peasantry,
Something
yes?
draconic.
Peasants
say
know
just
3
peasantry.
monsters. Dragons, demons, and occasionally orcs. Whatever they see will be one of those 3 things. Believe me, I've been hunted by enough of them to know.
I have a terrible idea. This worked
Go
once.
on.
This
That
worked
worked
once.
once.
I doubt it'll work again, but it's worth the shot. I think Sockham's like holding his totem, doing a brief prayer, trying to see if he can get Snorri or someone to back up his claim.
Roll a d100, please.
Thank you, True Scare.
Hey, blame the author of How to Be a Werewolf.
Okay, so you see Tristan like making a point, and he freezes. And you look around, and you see Pierce like hand on this book, like trying to rebuke, and he freezes. And Lawrence is looking between them, and he freezes. And then like you see like all the people in the street like freeze. Everything just freeze frames except for Salcom. And then like a mist rolls in, and out of the mist comes this giant, shaggy, bear-cloaked Goliath.
Oh boy.
And he like staggers out, and he looks around, and he goes, "Did I get lost on the way to the meat hall again? Salcom!"
I love Snorri.
Oh, he's so great. I love him.
Oh, jeez. I didn't think they'd... I was really hoping I could call you to tell them what you told me.
Well, I'm here.
I don't think the... I think he like takes a step over, snaps his fingers in front of Tristan's face.
Nothing happens.
Light little slap slap.
Nothing happens. His skin doesn't even recoil.
Does he move like a stone figure, or is he just like frozen?
No, he's just frozen.
That's unfortunate. We're finding out about those dire kobolds you were talking about.
Yeah?
And
I didn't actually check that you were calling Snorri.
He was going after Snorri.
Okay.
Anyone up there that would be willing to come and back up
Cool.
what he...
Okay. I just kind of showed up with Snorri, and I didn't remember to ask if you were calling Snorri. Never mind, we're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're looking into it? So it is at this time, then.
What?
Remember, I said I don't know what age it is?
Yeah.
And so the people could be from any age. I said I didn't know if it was contemporary for you.
Oh, yeah. We're looking into that. That's present.
Well, fuck.
Yeah.
Fuck indeed.
Okay.
We think something's coming back.
Coming back.
Figure, since I can't have you back me up, you're old and wise.
I wasn't that old.
Relatively speaking to my time,
I mean, yeah, I was alive a long time ago, but I wasn't that old. I was, well, the whole mountain thing was my 23rd winter, I think.
Jesus,
Wow.
Mountain at 23.
I am really far behind.
What?
Nothing. Do you know of anything draconic that would be trying to come back and would be sending scouts across, well, the world?
Icing Death.
What?
Icing Death.
Icing death?
Yeah.
What is...
A dragon.
Oh.
Have you heard of a little place called the Icewind Dale?
Yes.
Oh shit.
You know how it got its name?
I just assumed it was called that because it was icy.
No. Icewind Dale. You know what a dale is, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Should be called Icewind's Dale. Icewind is a dragon.
Oh.
So named because it's, well, the embodiment of the fury of the north. Icewind. Icing Death is Icewind's mate.
Oh shit.
Oh no!
That
Oh no! Oh no!
Last I heard,
was...
Icing Death was slain by, get this, apparently, these short folk have showed up in the north. The dwarves call him Umar.
Umar?
Actually, look kind of like that guy, points at Lawrence.
Oh shit.
Apparently, some of the Umar killed Icing Death.
Wait, are you saying... I gotta make sure I say this right. Umaron?
Yeah.
I think that just means human.
What's a human?
Him.
Yeah, he's an Umar.
So,
And you're a Zumar! Haha!
You beat me to the pun.
Well done.
I was about to say it.
that is so fucking snorry, though.
I wish you would have said it in singing story. That would have been so great.
So, you think it could be Ice Death?
Yeah, you said a dragon is coming back. That's probably Icing Death.
Does Icing Death have intelligent underlings?
It's a
that know how to-
dragon.
Yes.
I mean, that's true. But also, these things are apparently smart enough to use poison. And
Yeah, he looks at Lawrence again. I know, they don't look like they're capable of it.
Ah!
No, not my brother, Snorri.
Huh?
Not my brother and his people. I mean the dragons, the dire kobolds.
They're smart enough to use poison? Oh, shit.
And,
Uh-oh.
and apparently shape mithril.
No, you don't have to worry about that. The dwarves have all the supply of mithril.
Unless the
wait,
dwarves have
wait,
fallen.
wait.
Fuck.
Gauntlgrim.
Don't dragons hate dwarves?
I mean, dragons hate
Fuck.
everybody.
Fuck. Everything's connected. Fuck.
I remind you, Snorri is about 4 editions of D&D out of time.
Yeah, that's fair.
So, hypothetically, what happens if Gauntlgrim gets taken from the dwarves?
He looks back at Lawrence. Wait. What in the name of Eric's beak is this Umaron wearing?
Adamantine?
What? Star metal?
Oh, that's what star metal is?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's wearing a full plate. He's wearing full plate adamantine armor.
Where? Wolf's teeth. Where did he get it?
Bought it.
I'm not actually sure. I just know he bought it.
He bought it.
Yeah.
With like coin.
Yeah.
Lots of it.
Wait. I'm gonna.
Most of it.
This is
There's
definitely a
only 2
thing.
people who should have star metal, Sockham. The orcs and the dwarves.
What's wrong with humans having access to star metal?
That means they got it from the orcs and the dwarves.
Yes.
It's a secret.
Not anymore.
I guess it's not anymore.
That's very bad for you,
Why is that?
because that means that the dwarves and the orcs lost their secrets. Which means
How
they
many
lost the placehold, the bastions of their secrets.
How many secrets could they really have to keep?
Let me ask you this. How do you start a fire?
Well, before I learned magic with flint and steel.
Dwarf?
Oh.
Have you ever seen sand?
Yes.
Have you ever seen sand catch fire?
Glasswork.
I did once when lightning struck it.
Not what I meant.
Oh.
Have you ever seen these... Imagine malted grain, but really dark.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. I think the drow had that.
No, they didn't. Oh, wait. 2 questions. 1, what the hell is a drow? And 2, what do you mean they have fire sand?
They're like purple elves that come from underground, I guess?
So they got it from the orcs.
I guess. And also...
That's really, really bad.
They had... The drow have these things called rifles.
That's
And
even worse.
they're really cool, I kinda want one.
Your time period sucks.
Okay.
That was
Well.
a fireball is what that was. All right.
Yeah,
Oh
I
my
think
God.
someone needs to start doing CPR on Trace Care. Because I'm pretty sure you
I'll
killed him.
live. I'll live. I just took some serious damage off that one.
Your time
Okay.
period is actually awful. It's no wonder the dire kobolds are here.
Okay, well, I've still got 4 years to get strong enough to fix it.
What?
What?
What? What do you mean 4 years?
Sokka probably looks a little embarrassed that he let that slip. I'm 19.
Okay, and?
Wait, did I do my math wrong?
What?
5 years.
What?
No, yeah, 4. I've got 4 years till I'm 23.
Okay, what happens when you're 23?
This is a difficult conversation to be having. So about those secrets.
What? Oh, right. So apparently your time period sucks.
Sure.
Which would explain why the dire kobolds are here. Yeah, dragons. Yeah, that sounds like dragons, actually. Yeah.
So,
I got
Wait.
a question for you about your time period, Sokam.
okay.
Magic. Can you
Yes.
just do whatever with magic?
Well, no, magic has inherent laws.
By who?
The goddess
There's a goddess? What's a goddess?
of magic.
There's a goddess of
Goddess
magic
of
in your time period.
Yeah.
Your time period sucks.
Yeah.
Cool. So, what you need to know is dragons are bastards. Like,
I've heard.
just across the board, dragons are bastards.
I don't know. My friend from the harbor's pretty cool.
What color
He's
is
a
he?
full. He was bronze, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's bronze.
Yeah, they're alright, they're just kind of assholes. Point being,
You dare call our boy an asshole?
so dragons,
Zelda would probably agree with you.
they're big and scary, right? They breathe out nasty elements, they fly around, got big teeth, big claws, blah blah blah. Dragons, right? Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. They are so much worse than that. Because what dragons do, Sokam, is they remember. And they look into the past, and they look into the future, and they make little tiny moves that, when you're not thinking about it anymore, completely fuck everything you care about.
So, what you're saying is.
What I'm saying is dragons suck.
Wait. Oh my god, this makes sense.
What?
That's what happened to Bear's heart.
What happened to... I honestly couldn't tell you.
It's buried, right? But-
Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know what happened. You'd have to ask someone
I see.
from your sucky time period.
It must have been ice death.
Icing death, first of all. Icing
death.
death. Ice death is a different person. Second of all, Icing death has been dead since my time. Unless he's back, in which case, you have something worse than dragons.
What do we have?
A Dracolich.
Excuse.
What's
Lovely.
what's a Draca? What?
So you know what a lich is?
Yes.
Cool. Imagine a dragon did that.
Fuck.
No.
That is the correct answer.
That is not allowed. That's bullshit.
Imagine that. I refuse to imagine that.
Good, smart boy. So if you've got a Dracolich, you don't have 4 years.
Weird and terrible question.
Yeah?
Do the dragons have a god?
Yes. They have 2,
Oh,
I think.
good.
Why?
Great. That is absolutely not what I wanted to hear. Are either of them evil?
Yes. Both of them are evil.
Fuck. What? Nori,
Yeah?
could a Dracolich bring a god back?
Not by itself. You'd need a cult of followers and an army, and oh fuck.
And there it is.
I'm suddenly remembering I have a book in my storage room.
I'm suddenly remembering that I'm needed back in Valorholm, and you can deal with your sucky timeline.
Okay, bye, Snorri. I'm gonna have a panic attack now.
Before I go, I need you to pass a message for me.
Okay.
You're going up to Bear's Heart, right?
Eventually.
Yeah, eventually. Do me a favor.
Okay.
Find Jara and tell her she left her wolf.
Wait, what? I thought she was with you.
Nope. Haven't seen her in a while.
Really?
Yeah.
That's weird. Alright. If I see her, I'll let her know.
I got Garm, but no Jara.
If I see her, I'll let her know.
Every time this type of thing comes past, it makes me really happy.
Oh,
Sorry.
and one other thing.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how to tell you this, but Eric's gone too.
What?
Yeah.
He's gone.
Well, no, he's not gone. Like, he's still remembered. I mean, he's like, I'm guessing he's with you.
I'm so
What do you mean he's with me?
Eric returned to the living?
Yeah, they do that sometimes.
They do that. Snorri, you can't say that so casually.
Torvald's been gone a while.
I'm just a little mortal boy. You can't drop these realities on me without warning.
Torvald has been gone for what I can only assume is years. Jara, relatively recently, and Eric, very recently. So, you got that going for you.
Oh,
So
good.
Eric was just
What?
born. Yara's been there for about a couple years.
Oh, no. Nightfall. Time is relative in Valorholm.
Yep.
I'm aware.
Eric could be any age by now.
Correct.
Eric could already be leading another clan or be in another group of people altogether by now.
Odds are very good you'll find him with Jara.
Oh,
They
okay.
have this whole cosmic star-crossed lovers thing.
Right. The story of how they led our people to a better land.
Yeah.
Okay.
Actually, kind of exactly like the story. Jara goes off hunting, and then Eric gets bored in Valorholm, and he goes off to find her.
Okay, I'm gonna go tell my friends that we're dealing with a full-blown apocalypse.
I don't know about your timeline, but probably several.
Oh, good.
I'm gonna tell my friends we're dealing with several apocalypses, and we're probably gonna have to fight a god, because I am gonna do that.
Right. So I'll go ahead and tell you this. Depending on what time you're in, the ordning is being reworked.
What's the ordning?
You'll find out. Gotta go! And, like, starts to leave.
Well,
I'm sorry. As soon as it fades out, Sockham's just screaming, "What's the ordning?"
You sound like, what's the ordning? Meanwhile, everybody snaps out of it, and Tristan just slowly looks at you, Sockam, and he goes, "The laws in which the giants live their lives, why?"
What?
What?
I was just like, wait.
Say that again.
The laws in which the giants live their lives.
Is that the ordning?
Yes.
I'm sorry, what? Why did you just start screaming?
Oh boy.
I mean, it's
Okay,
Sockam. Are you really
so-
surprised by this point?
So, shut
I
up.
mean, yes
I have-
and no, like, usually he has a reason.
Yes, I just got information. I tried to call Snorri to come back up what I was saying.
Of course you did. Of course you did. Uh-huh.
He showed up, but all of you just decided to freeze. Cowards.
Decided to...
And
No,
Lawrence just
I'm-
working his job
I
like
would
he
call
wants
you
to
a
say
liar
something,
and set your
he's got
trousers
nothing.
on fire for less, Sockam. Stop talking.
So,
Hang on, wait.
So,
I have a question.
Yes.
It.
Yo.
Was in a position and then suddenly standing in a completely different position?
No, because wibbly wobbly timey wimey bullshit. He was standing in the same place after pacing your own story.
Where's you?
No. Okay. This is gonna sound ridiculous, I understand, but you need to listen to me.
Oh,
What does any of
Okay.
this have to do with Tula? Or for that
I'm-
matter, the... I'm calling it a Gorgon until I know otherwise.
Things just got a lot bigger than Tula. So,
I think Tristan, like, holds up 3 fingers and 3 flames ignite over them. He goes, talk quickly, Sokum.
okay.
why are you?
I'm going to work you guys through this on the same line of thought that I just got, alright? So, the Icewind Dale, you know of it, yes?
Yes.
Decently so. Good mead. What of it?
Do you know why it is called what it is?
Because it's very bloody cold up there, I would assume.
No. It's actually because apparently it used to be called Icewind's Dale, the name of a dragon. And then humans killed Icewind.
No, they didn't.
What?
They killed Icewind's mate.
Right. They killed Icewind's mate, Icy Death,
Icing death.
Icing Death, and
I know you're trying to keep the story straight, but I love the idea of Sok just getting all the names wrong.
And Tristan correcting him, yeah.
Yeah.
And okay. And if they're back, that means we're dealing with a Draco Lich. And worse.
What's next? You're going to tell me Aurel the Frost Maiden has returned?
Don't bloody jinx it.
I know, right?
I don't know who that is.
Be glad.
But more importantly, he like opens a drawer on his.
She's a bigger bitch than Brayden's mother. Let me put it that way.
Opens his.
I'm not sure that shots
Damn.
fired.
Brayden's
entirely-
mother got his wife killed. Come on now.
I'd say that shots fired, but not wrong.
Yeah.
Sokkum pulls out his copy of his new copy of Tiamat's, or the Fall of Tiamat.
Okay.
What do you think a Draco Lich could do with the cult and a small army of intelligent dragons? Intelligent partial dragons.
Where did you get this information? Hold on. What?
He throws
everything
the
you were everything you were saying is completely plausible, but how in the hell do you know this?
throws the Fall of Tiamat onto the desk closer to them.
Right. No.
He looks incredulously at Tristan.
Tristan's like got a hand up with his finger splayed toward Pierce while he's looking at Sokkum. He's like, wait. A Draco Lich with the cult of Tiamat backing it and these creatures. I think I need to make some calls, frankly.
Frankly, I think we're looking at a brand new play called The Apocalypse, that we're titling The Rise of Tiamat.
Title drop.
Fuck.
I think that's
Well done.
I think that's straight up the last shot of the episode.
Oh.
Oh, fuck.
Something Rise of Tiamat, roll credits. No, seriously, roll credits, the end of the episode.
Yep, pretty much.
Head out to a playroom. Send the thing, roll credits.
So, Guy Gamzelis, the hero bard, give us a shout out, please.
Hello. I'm Guy Gamzelis, the hero bard, the teller of tales that need to be told. And there are a lot. If ever I'm needed, you can always find me in the Discord, in DMs, or on Twitter at the Homestuck Homie. And until next we meet, have a fantastic rest of your day.
Delta, give us a shout out, please.
Yo, I'm Delta, your resident Mad Scotsman. You'll find me hanging about the Discord, doing mod stuff, playing games, trying to keep the archives in order.
Thank you for it.
Usually playing Destiny, some other games. If you ever want to fucking join in, you're more than welcome to. And if you ever need a hand with something, give me a shout. I'll see if I can help.
Tresca, give us a shout out, please.
Hey guys, Tresca here. I'm a mod for Kids Discord. I knit soft and fluffy things, and while we are dealing with a heat wave lately, winter will be coming soon enough. So if you need something warm for when things get chilly, hit me up. Also, given it's summer and people go on vacation, if you need help budgeting for such things, feel free to bother me for that too, because I apparently have a knack for such things.
When are you going out of town, Burb?
It will be not this Friday, but the following Friday.
So you are down for Tales after tomorrow. After next time.
I'm going to be out. I'm flying out the morning of the 9th, like 6 a.m.
Okay.
So I'll be gone for the 11th. I'll be gone for the 18th.
Okay. So you're here for next week's Tales, and that's it.
Correct. And then I'll be gone for 2 weeks.
Duly noted. Brightwind Inc., give us a shout out, please.
Hi, I'm gonna make this quick because I gotta go do things before my parents go home. Hi, I'm Brightwind Inc. I do art stuff. If you want to see that art stuff, you can find me at Brightwind Inc. on DeviantArt, sometimes Facebook, Twitter, and Discord. Today was fun. Thanks for having me.
Glad to have you. Nightfall the Kitsune, give us a shout out, please.
Hello. I
You
died.
good?
I'm dead.
Rest in peace.
I'm Nightfall the Kitsune. I'm the head of the admin team. I do admin stuff for things around here. If you need me, regardless of what my status says, feel free to send me a message at any time. If you have any Arttober suggestions, remember they're closing at the end of this month.
Friday. Did you have fun tonight?
I did.
Good.
Did you?
I did. Don't run off after the show. I need to ask you something. Bart
Okay,
Mila,
go
give
ahead.
us a shout out, please.
Hey, I'm Gracie, aka Birchmila. I'm expecting Nightfall to jump in with something else at any moment, but I love doing art, I love tabletops, and I love Minecraft. So if you like any of those things, give me a poke.
And for my part, as ever, I am the sharp-eyed Kitsune, the teller of tales and the weaver of mysteries, the masked bard. This is the channel that is devoted to lore and storytelling, world-building, role-playing, and discussions of those things. So if that's your fancy, you're in excellent company here, and I do hope that you enjoyed your time with us. You just watched Dice-Icive Action Tales of the KnightLites, a series of shorter, for a tabletop format anyway, stories to bridge the gap between two full-length campaigns. Dice-Icive Action Into Waterdeep featuring the KnightLites, and Dice-Icive Action 6 Semper Draconis featuring the KnightLites, coming soon. We're setting the stage for it, but we've got plenty of side stories to tell here as well. I will be back tomorrow afternoon, hopefully, with the conclusion of Yakuza 4 in the afternoon. I've not been streaming very much at all recently due to severe health complications, but hopefully I'll be back soon, and hopefully you guys will stop by if you like what we have to offer, including tabletop role-playing games, excuse me. For now, I need to get out of here, but we need to close the book on today and leave you with these parting words. From myself, my keepers, and those joining me on the stage this evening, to all of you, the regulars, the followers, the newcomers, and the lurkers. Whether you're just having a seat by the fire or you've got a running tab at the bar, remember, there's always more stories to tell. And hopefully, I'll see you all next time for another Tales of the KnightLites and a new chapter. Good night, you guys. Thank you so much for stopping by, and hope to see you all again very soon.